des Schattens, auf der Suche nach dem Abendrachen, ist noch nicht zurückgekommen. Der Herd der Finsternis grollt. Helba, Königin der Finsternis, stellt schließlich ein Heer auf. Alparon, König des Lichts, grüßt sie. Und sie treffen sich am Fuße des Regenbogens. Die verfluchte Welle muss gemeinsam bekämpft werden. Der See von Alba brodelt. Der große Baum des Lichts fällt. Alle Macht zerfällt zu Tropfen im Tempel von Arche Köln. Wesen ohne Schatten, ihre Welt zerfällt zu nichts. Der Mann des Schattens auf der Suche nach dem Abenddrachen kehrt niemals mehr zurück.
Okay, user registration is done. Now for a name. Yasuhiko's probably already there waiting for me. I'd better hurry. I'll check my email first.
Hey, it's me, Orca, the Blade Master.
Whoa! You look so different from the real Yasuhiko. Nothing like the real you.
Hey, in this game I'm Orca. Regardless of what I am in reality, I'm pretty well known here. What?
No, you look great.
Anyway, take this. Member address is the flashmail address you can only access in the world. With flashmail, you can exchange messages with others in real time, as long as you are in the world. It's mostly used by newbies to contact other players to form a party. Try it out by inviting me to join your party. First, press the triangle button to open the menu. In the menu, select Party. Next, select Add. Names of players who gave you their member addresses will be listed here. Choose a player you
Dubbing this is so bad. I know you guys can't see it yet. I'm trying to get that fixed. I'm having some technical difficulties.
Should have called him that.
Oh, what?
Should have named him that.
I'm literally having technical difficulties. Nobody knows about the cat. I haven't said anything. Oh my god, tyrant. Sorry, my cat is also being a brat. Ow! Okay. Cool. No. Stop that. There we go. I'm gonna skip ahead. It's just gonna be a lot of explanation. Whoops, now they're in the game. Oh no. Okay, maybe this is just not a good game to listen to. Hmm. Yeah. I'll just go back to Spyro. There we go. That'll do.
Pardon.
Mm-hmm. Bum, bum, boo, doo, doo. Bum, boo, doo, doo, doo. Do do do. Do 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 do.
anyone from coming through.
Where are the eggs?
The holes came out on the other side of the Dragon Worlds. We found some of the eggs, but they were too heavy to carry back.
The other side of the world?
The Forgotten Worlds. Spyro, you'll have to go. Nobody else can fit down the holes.
Yeah, come on, let's go!
Find the eggs and bring them back, Spyro. You're our only chance.
You got it.
Spyro. To look left or right, press the L2 or R2 buttons. To quickly center the camera behind you, press the L1 or R1 button. You can look all around by holding the triangle button down.
So, you're the one in charge of rescuing the eggs, huh? How sad. Look here, Dragon. If you know what's good for you, you'll turn around and crawl back up that hole you came through. Those eggs belong to us now, and I've hidden them in places you'll never find in 1,000 years. Besides, even if you could find an egg, our expertly trained armies will dispose of you and take it back. Do I make myself clear? If I find you here again, I am going to be very angry. And you won't like me when I'm angry.
Yo, Spyro, I just found one of those portal thingamajigs that leads to a different world, but you'll have to glide to get across to it. Press the X button to jump, then press the X button again while you're in the air to glide. Just follow me. I saw something shiny in that cave over there. Let's go check it out. You can get there by hovering. To hover, just press the triangle button at the end of your glide. Oh, I almost forgot. I found this egg.
This is a Superfly power-up, Spyro. Whenever you walk through any power-up that looks like this one, it will allow you to fly for a while. camera is currently in passive mode. This mode requires you to control the camera yourself and moves more slowly. If you like, I can change the game camera to active mode. In active mode, the camera moves much faster.
Using my fairy magic, I can change the way you literally perceive the world.
Okay, I
We'll
won't
call
change
it camera.
That would be like a passive effect.
I'm late for a dinner party at the Tiki Lodge, and the portal to my home just stopped working. Maybe the portal will reactivate after a few more dragons hatch.
I always thought these guys are supposed to look like fish. But I've never really figured it out. I guess they're like stone head people, but
I see an
it's not very
egg at the
clear.
bottom of this lake. I would go get it, but I don't want to get my fur all wet. Maybe you could get it. You can dive underwater by pressing the square button when you're on the surface, and charge underwater by holding down the square button.
Here I was, about to go for a nice swim at Shell Beach, and my portal just disappeared right in front of me. If you go find some more of those dragon eggs, I bet this portal will turn on again.
Spyro! My, how funny to see you here. Why, I haven't seen you since we defeated Ripto in Avalar. Well, my business went into a slump after you left, so I came here and struck up a nice deal with the local sorceress. Lovely woman she is. Seems to be very fond of dragons, too. I'm getting paid a fortune to keep Sheila the kangaroo locked up. The pesky animal must have been causing a lot of trouble for that poor sorceress. I suppose I could accidentally let the kangaroo escape if you were to pay me, say, a small fee. Ah, Spyro, I love your sweet naivete. Your kind-hearted nature might be your downfall someday, but for the time being, it's making me rich. I hope you appreciate this favor I'm doing in letting you out.
That's good of you, mate. No hard feelings, eh?
Right. After all, I'm just doing my job.
I reckon reckon you be one of them dragons then?
Yeah, name's Spyro.
Never thought I'd see one. You dragons used to rule this entire world, you know. Then all of a sudden you left. Poof.
Dragons used to live here?
Didn't you know? They say it was over 1,000 years ago, I think.
And they just left?
Yeah, and the weird thing is, after they left, all the magic in the world just sort of went with them. I mean, they say this world used to have magic coming out the wazoo. Flying ships, singing forests, wishing stones, you name it. But when the dragons left, it all just dried up.
Is that why some of the portals don't work?
Yeah, they're starting to fade out too, one by one. Well, I gotta get back home and do some damage control. Come visit anytime you like. Thanks again, Spyro. Now I have to find out what that nasty sorceress has done to my home while I was locked up.
Hiya, Sheila. While you are gone, a bunch of Rhinox kicked us out of our houses. It's okay, though. Bobby, Pete, and I are working on a clever plan to take them back. You can get up really steep cliffs like this one with your double jump. Press the X button to jump and press it again exactly when you hit the ground to do the double jump. Once you've mastered it, you can go anywhere you want. Home at last. Here, I was saving this to make an omelette, but I think you deserve it more. Last time we tried to get past this moose, he knocked Billy clean through a wall. If you don't mind, we'll just hang out here while you give him a good kicking. Sheila, let's play a joke. Take this egg and smash it on Billy's house, okay? I need to get him back for the last time he butted me off the cliff. Those Rhinox have taken over! There'll be no stopping them unless we can smash the huts! The huts are too big to smash with your kick attack, so try using your stomp attack to smash them instead. I'll confuse them with taunting while you stomp the huts, okay? You remember how to stomp, don't you? Just jump, then press the triangle button in the air. You remember how to... Thanks for the help, Sheila. You can have this egg I found in my house.
If you ever forget how to control a character or vehicle, just go to the pause menu and select Help.
Oh my, oh my. Can you help us? Hordes of ferocious Rhinox have overrun our town and kidnapped the mayor. We show those two bullies. If they hadn't outnumbered me 2-1, I'd have finished them off ages ago.
I'm just blazing through this dude. Kind of whiplash, honestly. I'm gonna switch to something else. Watching Tunic earlier, maybe I should just go back to that. Who's yelling at me? Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, I know it's not like super professional to keep my phone on while I'm streaming, but I'm waiting on some communications. Not that big. How's it going? Clash of Clans? No, it's not. No, that's Tunic. And if you haven't played Tunic yet, then, make the time. Sure. You know what, actually, Ryan, give me a moment. I've got to step away for just, like, 2 to 5 minutes. And then, I can be down. Just give me a sec. Comic art. Oh, I'll get the mic back on, by the way. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I share my office with my partner Wilson, so you may occasionally hear him in the background doing Wilson things. What's today's Wilson thing?
Oh, what's up?
What's today's Wilson thing of the day? What are you doing?
Oh, I'm pretending to work instead of working.
He's pretending to work. I don't know how well you guys can hear him. But I'm just letting you know. If you hear an errant manly cough, or that
Sorry.
giggle, perhaps.
You think that's a giggle?
No, but you have been giggling. Maniacally, potentially.
I would say chuckling.
I feel like you're planning something.
I wish I was.
I feel plotted against.
I'm sorry to disappoint.
Anyway. So. For your information, the FYI, the most F-inest, Y-inest, I-inest of all of them. Just so you know. Okay, I can probably get rid of this sign now. Boop. Oh, that is the wrong thing. Boop. Too many bubble. I have too many bubble tools. Anyway, how's everybody doing? What am I doing? That's the question. What am I doing? The tricky thing, I think I mentioned this in another stream, the tricky thing about working on comics digitally is that you can make them really large, which means, like right now, even though when this is printed, it's going to be, oh, you're not late, don't worry about it. I'm gonna be streaming for, like, a little while, because you can make this bigger, this is gonna get printed at, like, 8x10, but the page I'm working on is about 11 1/4 and 15 inches, and 600 DPI, which means that right now, if I go here, that's 100%. This is as close as I get, which means I can come in here and draw like a cute little dude. And then it's super clear and obvious. It's got kicking shoes. For kicking, right? High crotch pants for high crotching it. You know, fishnets. All these details. But if I zoom out to roughly the size it'll be when it gets printed, it's so easy to get lost. It's so easy. I think it's about here, give or take. And it's just like, man, it's hard. It's hard to find the right amount of detail, which is partly why I've got this other page over here, which is just, I have the same file up twice, essentially. You're not a comic artist, postmodernist, anti-industrial, metaphysical, representationalist of high chroma affairs. Okay, those were some words. How's your cult doing, Johnny? How are your many wives? What color of the spectrum are you today? Which aura represents you the most? Postmodernist, anti-industrial, metaphysical, high chicken, hi lord, oh, hi chicken, hello chicken. I was thinking like, hi lord chicken. Leader of his cult. Hello chicken. You know what, dude, honestly, Jacob, you've been streaming like a lot lately. You're just looking back at the last few days. Like, you had like a whole stint of like many days in a row. Chicken Strike, you can be whatever you want to be, buddy. You can be Lord Chicken if you like. I believe in you. If you want to be King Chicken, but ironically be Lord of Wolves, King Chicken, Lord of Wolves, there you go. You can be whatever you want. Johnny, are you a postmodern man? Oh, I gotta get rid of my doodles. Get out of here. Shoot. Shoot. Okay. Anyway, that's partly what I'm mostly taking care of in this panel, is just making sure everything is clear, because I got lost in the weeds a little bit there, and I had to go back in and block some stuff in. It was just like, okay. Oh, fantastic. I'm so glad to hear that. Oh, right, I should probably pull up a window, because I'm gonna jump onto Google Chat in a moment here. Okay. Wow, it's like everybody popped in at the same time. Like, I'm down for it. I'm here for it. I'm literally here for it. I cannot escape. I'm not allowed to leave. I don't think I need this window up anymore. Wait, no, I did! Oh, shoot! Okay, hang on a second. I'll get back to drawing in a second. I actually genuinely need that window back up. I don't know why I deleted it completely. I just didn't need one tab. Oh, attention deficit disorder. What would I do without you except Thrive. Chat. Okay. The window I don't need. I did it. Okay, guys, I did it. Phew! Alright, crisis averted, everybody. We're good. Ancient Celtic bro. Oh, boo. Okay. Alright. Invite. Window. Clickety clackety. That's December 23rd. Is that really the last time we had an on-stream chat was December? I don't think that's right. Let me check my email. So I'm not seeing it. Ah, there it is. Happening now. Join call. Let me just lower the sounds of the video game. Okay. Am I in? What? What? It just took me back. I see no invite. I got the email for the invite, but then it's like, nah. Alright, hang on. Happening now. Join call. Oh, no, I'm blind. It's right here. I'm a goofy pants. Yes, allow. It's fine. Yes, thank you. Yep, open settings. Thank you. All good. Okay, boop. Ask to join. I would allow the camera, but I don't currently have a camera set up. My desk is kind of still in a transitionary period, and it's going to remain so for like a couple more weeks. I mean, I guess I could probably put extra effort in tomorrow and take care of it. It just seems like a lot. I'll probably do it tomorrow. It's gonna bother me if I don't. Now that I've said it out loud. Yeah, Jacob, that's gonna be good. There's a possibility I may need to reschedule to a different time. I have a meeting coming up, and I think we're gonna do it Thursday morning, but I don't know what time just yet, so I'll keep you posted, okay, man?
Hello!
Hello!
Oh my goodness, so loud and clear,
Oh,
so
good.
perfect.
Excellent, good. Speaking of loud and clear, chat, please let me know if Ryan's too quiet, because I've got my desktop audio fairly low. Okay. Hello, Ryan. Hi. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Nothing specific happened. I'm just having a really good day.
Playback?
What?
I forgot the volume was also on my stream, so all of our dialogue together have been playing in like a multiplication of 4. That was so intense for a second.
A perpetual echo of only the loudest versions of ourselves is fantastic. We should keep that going.
It was a fun house mirror of audio banality.
It's gonna be like that that one scene in that one Star Wars movie where Rey moves around and her arm moves around and then the rest of her arms move around and she's got 30 arms. She moves her head.
Scene in that one Star Wars movie.
Yeah, no, there's a scene where like isn't it really?
I know what you're talking about. I
don't remember anything else about which movie that was. I think that was.
Yeah, welcome.
Was that the casino one? Okay, yeah, I can bring
the casino one.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Martin Scorsese's Casino starring De Niro and Pesci.
What an odd choice for them to have taken.
Yeah. So many odd choices in that movie. So many strange choices.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but the internet was kind of upset about that movie.
Wait, really? The internet is upset about Star Wars? That sounds so unlike them. The internet.
I know. Gee whiz, the internet.
Yeah. We know them so well. You know, John Internet.
John, my good friend Montgomery Internet didn't like that movie very much.
Yeah. And his wife, Stacy Reddit. I'm good.
Oh my god. There's a character in the background of 30 Rock called Pizzerina Sabaro.
Oh good. I love it.
I just that's oh wait, your audio isn't coming through. I have to something's wrong.
Oh no.
Sorry everybody. Oh, there you go. Now you're coming through with your Cartman voice.
Okay, good. I was actually there's this comedian, I gotta remember her name, but she's fantastic. I'll send you to her on Instagram later.
Sure.
She plays like this high class, like 20s sort of like daiquiri girl, and so her character, she just does crowd work, and so she wears this really super tight, elegant ball dress, but she like can't bend down. And I guess at some point during one of her crowd work things, she has an index card that has somebody's question on it, and she drops it, and she just looks down, and in her best Betty Boop, "Oh no, oh no, Matt,
Wait,
darling, could you open it to me? Oh no, pick it up for me, darling." She's fantastic.
Have you tried this during your own streams more? Because I'd be curious to see what it does for your metrics.
Oh, doing voices?
Doing specifically that weird Betty Boop whisper.
Oh, you know, I gotta get a little more ASMR. I gotta get in here and like.
There it is.
Oh no. Ladies and gentlemen, I just can't get this line right. I'm not very good at it. Willikers, could one of you come up here with your big strong arms and help me get this stupid line straight?
Someone's gonna isolate the clip of me listening to this. They're gonna send it to my wife.
Oh no! Oh no!
now you're the Kool-Aid guy.
Now I'm gonna get my manly like
Yeah,
construction worker voice. Oh no!
Yeah, you need to say. Oh my goodness. Well, this is a very strong start. Hello to Maya's stream. This is Ryan on Ryan's stream.
Hello, Ryan's stream. Oh, wait, I should link you. I mean, I think everybody in my stream is in your stream.
Yeah, literally, we have all the same friends. It's fine.
Hello, friends and friends and friends.
I should just be watching your stream.
Oh yeah, I'm not
instead of
even
looking at my own.
I'm not even watching yours either. Friends.
Oh, Johnny says my volume should come up.
I believe I did bring it up. Is it up enough now?
Yeah, that might be an old outdated comment.
Johnny says it's good now. Okay, cool.
Great.
Johnny's good looking out. You know what, I'm gonna switch. I have a little video going of a gameplay. I'm just gonna put your stream on my stream so people can watch both streams on my stream, but also look at your stream in their own window.
I wish I could just do that as easily as you do it, because I would probably do that sometimes.
You want me to walk you through it? It's pretty easy.
Can you guys? Is my my AC is on because we're in the middle of a tremendous heat wave.
I heard.
And is it bad? Is it the sound of the air conditioner? Is it distracting and bad?
I can't hear it at all.
Great. I figured that would be the case. I'm very happy.
Good.
Because without the air conditioner, I'm literally just a puddle. I just it's awful. I've been sweating so much. I feel like I've been in like a 14-hour interrogation.
Awful. I'm sorry. That sucks.
Yeah. Ooh, it's been kind of amazing. I feels like, when I was oh god, you know what? I was about to talk about boxing. I'm not going to do that.
Why not? Boxing's cool.
I'm not gonna do it yet. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna give it about a half hour, let everybody stretch.
Oh, give them a chance to catch up on being alive. They're not ready for boxing. They can't handle it.
They're not ready.
No,
nobody is.
Nobody is. Not even the boxers.
No, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
There we go.
So what are you working on?
Oh, more work.
I see you're doing some inking.
Yeah, I'm working on that comic I was hired on. So this is The Execution of All Things by Adrian Symcox, who is a fantastic person. He's been a lot of fun to kind of get to know. We have a meeting.
It's a really cool title.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's pretty sick. I hope that it's not the working title. I'm pretty sure that this is just the title. Sick.
Yeah,
and it's relevant to the story. Even better.
What can you tell us about it?
So I don't know where the line is yet as far as like what I'm not allowed to tell. That's something I've been meaning to discuss with him and I just keep forgetting. So I've got a meeting this Thursday. I can talk to him about it then. But what I can tell you is what I have streamed already, which is this is a prison break. It's a space prison in space on a different planet, and it's a prison break with aliens. So a brief sum up is the leader of this gang, who is a horrible, horrible bad person for crimes we don't know yet, but his reputation is like everybody knows who he is and has something to say about him. And he gets busted out by his own gang, and here they are trying to escape. And the rest of the story is going to be this A-B plot between what his gang is planning to do, which I will not spoil until I know I can. And the officer, who is a maverick, she's a hard-working person. She can't work with a partner because she's too cool for it. There's a word for it. I'm missing I'm messing up the stereotype, but she's fantastic, and she's gonna go after
She's
him.
a loose cannon.
Thank you. Yes, a loose cannon. Thank you. Listen.
See, most of the problems people face in situations like this can be solved by watching Lethal Weapon. Just putting that out there.
I have a horrible hot take. You can't be mad at me though, because society did this to me. Okay. You'll understand my plight. You will. You will understand it. I don't know if you'll agree with it.
Let's hear it.
Okay.
Let's hear the hot take.
I've seen so many parodies of Lethal Weapon that when I finally sat down to try to watch it, I couldn't do it. I couldn't take it seriously, but I couldn't not take it seriously. It was in this sort of paradoxical like position in my brain where it just didn't it didn't work. It didn't work. I couldn't do it. I got to try again. But
can you hear that sound? That sound that is a combination of ripping and also the crackling of ice at the beginning of spring. That is the sound of my heart breaking.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad that I got such a poetic result from me letting you know that movie it's too good to be bad, but too bad to be good. It's in this weird position where I can't have fun with it, but I can't not have fun with it. And so I just my clown heart just can't take it. My little clown heart doesn't know what to do.
Clown heart?
Yeah. Your clown heart is the one that you use when you're watching bad movies, but you watch it because it's funny because they're bad. I use my clown eyes.
Sorry, I was chugging a gallon of water while I was listening to this hot take. That's how hot it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand that. I grew up with the Lethal Weapon movies. I saw them at probably an inappropriately young age.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's like, oh, these are fantastic. This is poetry. It's so good. But you know, well, it's also. So you saw the first one, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I tried to. I don't remember how far I got in. It just felt like I kept waiting for the punchline. Is the issue? I was sitting here like, and then what? And then what?
Yeah.
It never came.
But even I'm gonna probe you on this. All right, I'm gonna push a little bit to see. And I cannot help it. I need to know certain things.
All right.
So like, were you feeling this way even during the scenes of him talking about how he thinks about putting a bullet in his mouth because his wife died? I have to ask you.
Yes, I was definitely still feeling that too. It's like, okay, yeah, and then we're setting this guy up for something. What are we setting him up for?
Yeah.
Like, it maybe isn't a good thing that I watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia as much as I did before watching that movie because of the episodes they do that they're parodying it. It's just what I kept expecting was more of that.
Oh, I thought, okay, so I didn't know which parody because there's been so many.
Oh yeah,
the weapon.
I've seen many. You can't get around it. Like you watch The Simpsons and you'll see it. You know.
Yeah, I was gonna say when you're watching it, were you waiting for Emilio Estevez to show up with like a Slurpee and be like, "What's up, slime balls?"
A little bit, yeah.
Because that's what's the one with I forgot the name of it. The one with Emilio Estevez, where it's basically a Lethal Weapon parody.
I don't know.
It has like a similar name. It's like is it Samuel L. Jackson who co-stars with him? No, it'd be more popular if it.
I'm gonna look it up because honestly, like all of his movies blend together, and they all have the Mystery Science Theater people in them. So I don't know.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Loaded Weapon.
Emilio Estevez? Loaded Weapon. That's the one. Oh, that's a movie, all right.
It sure funny. Is his own film. But yeah, no, there's a lot of movies that have Estevez's in them that the Mystery Science Theater people make jokes on.
Oh yeah, I mean the one I just watched for like the 15,000th time is Werewolf.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we had that on the other night too, actually.
Classic.
So good. Yep.
I love it. Oh my god, it's incredible.
It's incredible.
That poor woman. It's not her fault. Her accent is hilarious.
It's not. Is that the one with the guy who like he rents a room and the person's grandfather is there, and he's got like dementia?
Yes, that's the one.
It's just
it's a guy who's just a gun standing in front of the house who's supposed to represent like I don't know, he's a hick of some kind.
He's a
Yeah,
veteran.
that
That's the problem.
he's a
He's a veteran.
That's the problem.
Like he's having flashbacks, but also he's a conspiracy theorist and he has dementia. Like it's all the things. It's everything. And this actor is acting his little heart out.
It's true that he does have all, and he's only in this one movie, the grandpa character, and I suspect. Here's my theory on this for my '80s, my repertoire of '80s films is that um, I suspect that character is in the movie because of a little movie called Roadhouse,
Oh yeah.
which I don't know if you've seen.
Not yet. I only know the Family Guy joke.
Yeah, Roadhouse. Yeah,
Roadhouse.
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, that in my opinion, if you want to see like a movie that is a parody of itself from like over time, like it is absolutely hilarious.
Okay.
It is like, it's not even a bad movie. Like it's actually like, as far as like '80s, it's just like a '80s movies have their own vibe where they're like totally unembarrassed. So they just kind of do things that we would find silly, but like by the standards of what it's trying to do, it's actually like a really solid film, but it's just so fucking funny. Pardon my French, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like it's just like, you remember well, I know people have joked about that scene where there's a scene where Patrick Swayze literally rips a man's throat out in the middle of a street fight. Yeah, he just rips a guy's throat out and then he spin kicks him afterwards, which is just it's amazing.
Oh no, I have to watch this. That's so amazing.
It's great. And it's like how they have the catchphrases in the old movies before they kill the bad guy. It's his catchphrase is just, "You are such an asshole." It's just great. It's
yes. I know what the next date night is.
It's, oh my goodness, it's one of those movies. But I think the reason I bring up Roadhouse is because that movie has like so many old men in it, of just like when he's a hero coming to this town and all, and there's just like an old man. He just, every scene he meets a different like old man who works in a different part of the town. It's just like they just kept redoing the same scene over and over of the old man who tells them about the town.
It's just an old man parade is the whole movie.
It's an old man parade. Yeah. And then it's like, he's, he has this love story with this like really hot local doctor, but it's like, of course he's going to go with him. Everyone else in the town is like 85 years old. Yeah. So I highly recommend Roadhouse for anybody who wants a good laugh. And also, Patrick Swayze is shirtless for like the entire movie. So we got your letters, America.
Bonus. I never finished the A-B plot thing, and Johnny's asking. So real quick, so the A plot is our loose cannon cop who is going against the grain and direct orders to stop the menace and take her revenge on him for reasons unknown. Because she knows that he's evil and he's going to this one area of space that's super dangerous, and all the cops are told not to go there, and she's like, well, fuck that, I'm gonna go there. And she ends up getting a sidekick and going to go do that. And the B plot is what the Munda gang, these guys are up to, and that I'm not going to spoil because it's really cool and I'd rather it be found out organically. So it's a cop story, but it's a really fascinating sci-fi cop story, and it's like pretty classic. We open up with a prison break. We're gonna meet our cop as she runs through an open market bazaar to hunt down a criminal. Like, we're getting real, like, cool. Yeah, classic fun adventure.
So this is like, is this the first time that you've done like a straight up action comic, or what?
It is actually. Yeah. I've done a few little like things and ideas on my own over the years, mostly when I was like a teenager, just sort of like mess around my sketchbook. But like, as far as action is concerned and comics and things, this is my first not mine professional sort of a project that I'm being hired to do, and it's my first action one, and I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think you'd be great for that. I mean, because to do the comic timing that you have, like, that's not, in terms of tempo, it's not so dissimilar from action, and you're really good with like physical comedy, so I can't imagine that not translating into like some exciting sequences and movement, and
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good fit for you. I'm curious to see the result.
I'm gonna show you one of the panels coming up on this page that I'm really stoked about. Actually, this whole page I'm pretty excited about. I had to repitch it recently. Well, I didn't have to, but I chose to. So they're on this like buggy that has a turret on the roof, and the way that I designed it was not smart because at some point a character has to shoot behind them, but the turret is on top of the roof, and there's not really a way to turn it around. So I had this.
Sure.
So I pitched this idea of this big guy just like ripping it off of the roof and then turning around to shoot at these rocks, and then I get to do this like landslide thing with all these cops getting crushed by the rocks.
Nice.
Well, I mean they're security guards, but they're
So you get less points for crushing them.
Yeah, I don't know. One of them made fun of the main dude in like the first 2 pages, so I think this is like karmic justice.
Yeah, sure.
But like that guy got shot in the face in the last panel or in the chest. But he also like he comes back later, and I get to make a really fun gag with him. Like I love slapstick. I love it so much, and I love body humor because like there's just a lot you can do, and one of the characters I have on here, I gave him like these like like axolotl gills, essentially like these little tentacles on the side of his face, and at some point the head guard gets so pissed at him that he like yanks those down and pulls his head closer to him to yell at him in his face. And I had a lot of fun designing that moment because it's just they're there, you can do something with it. Why not?
Absolutely. That's cool. How did you end up with this gig? Did they reach out to you, or did you apply? How did you?
I applied. So there's anybody in the chat might want to look up this place too. There's this I haven't been on there in a hot minute though. I really should. There's an old forum. There's a forum, man, that's still alive called Pencil Jack, and it's just filled with people who are really into comic book art and inking and penciling, and they share a lot of their processes or their favorite things. It's just they go there and they talk. And on a whim, I went to see if they had a job board after I posted a few of my pieces there to get like critique. And they're really informative, helpful people. Like they're really cool. A little blunt, but that's good. I saw that there was an advert for it there. I have no idea how he found the place. I never asked actually. But I applied and we started chatting, and it turns out he just lives right around the corner from me. So we just met on a random. Yeah. So it's not like walking distance, but it's really not a long drive at all. So we've met for lunch.
I don't think anything is walking distance in California. Like 5 minutes away always refers to cars, from what I know.
That's true. Yeah, I mean that partly true. I have a couple of like social spots that are in walking distance of me. Like if I go up the road and down the side, and there it is. Like there's a bar and there's like some restaurants and stuff. But that's the only place. The only place. If I want to go get like a hamburger, I should just get in my car. It'll take 20 minutes to get there because traffic, but you know.
Is LA traffic as bad as they say? Is it really?
Yes and no. I would argue that San Francisco traffic is worse because people there are fucking crazy. But here it's like I think I like complained about this too the other day. I was one of my jobs is roughly 30 miles from me, 36 miles. So it should be like a 30-minute drive on a good day. And Saturday mornings, that's roughly what it is. But weekday afternoons, it's 45 minutes to an hour. And part of that 45 minutes to an hour is just bumper to bumper, barely moving. But that part is like 16 minutes part of the drive, which is why it's so much longer. Like it's the one spot. And it's usually where there's like the two highways intersect or they're splitting or whatever. And so that's basically yes. You can expect that any place you want to go to, no matter how far away it is probably 30 minutes to an hour away from you, no matter what.
Wow.
So if I want to go downtown, it'll take me 30 minutes. What it's like right there.
Because I always think about that SNL skit, The Californians.
It's accurate. It's so funny. It's so accurate. It's dead on. It was the funniest thing I ever saw them do because of how genuinely accurate it is. Oh, I just took this way.
Yeah, whenever you like talk to someone from LA, that they're just like, yeah, I got on I-95, and they're always like telling you their route.
Oh man, what's really funny about it specifically is there's a thing that older Californians do. Like my parents, I don't think I've met a whole lot of people in my age group who do this, where they do exactly that. It's like, oh, how'd you get here so fast? Well, I just took this shortcut and then this shortcut and I went over here.
Yeah. Well,
Because
that's also a thing of like before, even before boomers, like people of previous generations, it was like a thing that you would be like, how was the drive? And then they would describe the drive.
the whole drive.
Yeah, they'd be like, I don't know if you ever watch Mad Men, but there's some great parts of Mad Men where like she's like, oh, daddy, like her dad is a guy in his 70s,
Mm-hmm.
and this is back in the 60s, so he grew up in like the 30s or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, how was the drive? He's like, oh, on the Lincoln, it was like nothing. You wouldn't, it was so fast. Like, he's just describing his Lincoln and how much he loves it.
Love it.
And it's just, yeah, I mean, so the reason I asked is because I hear mixed. I've heard some people say that the traffic in California is exaggerated for comedic purposes, and then I hear other people say it's not discussed enough.
It's a bit of both. Yeah, it really is. It also depends on the day and the time and how used to it you are. A lot of us are sort of desensitized to it, so what's egregious for us is maybe like completely unacceptable for others, and what's okay for us is still unacceptable for others. So
Yeah, I
like
can see that.
it really just depends. Chicken, to answer your question, I've not been to it yet. I would love to go to Lightbox, but the tickets are fairly pricey. But it's on my list of places to check out. That said, it's pretty close to me. So, guys ever want to
Yeah.
get lunch if you're going to Lightbox, just hit me up. There's lunch I could do. I'd love to get
Where's
like a group.
Lightbox?
Oh, it's in Pasadena.
People keep bringing it up to me. I feel like every conversation it's been coming up, and I'm wondering, am I being directed by a higher power to Lightbox? Is this the place I'm going to die?
Oh God, I hope not. It so it's getting to be really big. It's mostly entertainment and illustration, concept design, animation stuff.
Sure.
But it's not a very old convention, and it's been popping off pretty much every year. So, as an illustrator who is maybe at a position where he could benefit from doing convention work, it's not a bad one to consider.
Wait, which of us are you talking about? I'm assuming you're talking about yourself.
I'm talking about you. I mean, I'm talking about me too, but I'm saying like for you, it's coming up because there's a lot of people who are traveling for it, and like it's coming up pretty quick. It'll be in October, I think. So it's about the time where people are asking if they got their tickets, so that's probably why you're getting asked a bunch. But also, if and when you're ever ready to do conventions outside of your own state, that's one to look at. It'll be good.
Well, I would be happy to do stuff outside my own state if I could ever get a goddamn table. But like every time I apply for that, I never get a vendor spot. Even though I'm like many times published at this point, and I'm like somewhat popular among certain groups, I still I can't even get anybody to answer an email. It's like I'm really just like, and then it's funny because my brother, who just started his art career, sent them. He like requested a table at a convention, and he immediately got it. And I was like, "What is happening?"
Are you
It's
applying
like,
for exhibits or Artist Alley?
I want to. Well, in most of these cases, I apply for Artist Alley because I want to be able to sell my originals and my comics.
That's strange.
But I just feel like and it's also. I mean, my wife says it's because I'm sending it out too late. But there's been even some where I sent it out early and I can't even get a response. And I'm wondering if I just keep falling through the cracks or something. But actually, well, here let me stand corrected. Let me correct myself. I have not tried to get a table for like 2 years.
Okay.
So it has not, like, since Black Marrow came out, I actually haven't even tried. So
Okay.
because I guess I didn't feel motivated to, because Black Marrow did well even though nobody knew who I was. So I was like, what do I need these conventions for? These guys never really answered me back when I was a nobody.
Mm-hmm.
But
They don't
in the
deserve
end,
you at your best if they won't take you at your worst.
yeah, that's my toxic girlfriend attitude toward them.
Girl.
Is if you can't handle me at my murder your dog, you don't deserve me at my murder your dog.
Murder your dog. Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be worth it to try again. I asked you before because I was thinking about it too, because like I used to table a bunch of Anime Expo, and I don't miss Anime Expo, but I do miss tabling, and I kind of want to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to do it I would love to do it if I had friends there who were also doing it and we could all hang out. Like, cuz I did an Anime Expo like a year and a half ago or actually no, more than that, like 2.5 years ago.
Mhm.
And it was like my brother and me and my then fiance, now wife, but like we all went, and it was, even though it was like a little bit of a shit show, it was kind of an amazing time. It was so fun
Mhm.
because we were all just laughing and having a good time. And it was back it was like the first comic I had really done as an indie. And it was like, I sold like 30 or 40 copies, and
Oh, yeah.
it like, which is like at the time that was a lot for me. And it was also just really nice to meet people who were like fans of mine from
Mhm.
like, really small backwater comic stuff I had done. They knew who I was. But it was also like kind of a hilarious shit show because it was like bless you,
Thank you. Oops.
because it was an anime con,
Mhm.
and like mostly it's for cosplay. And
Yeah.
then you just have this like one guy who's like 36 years old with a comic book, and then there's like a bunch of like teenagers in like really elaborate costumes walking
I
around that are,
know. Oh man.
you know
And it gets to be kind of funny too, because like there's a stark cultural difference, not just because of that, but also like the very nature of the separation between Western comics and anime, and manga and
Yeah,
everything, which
it's
is
true.
blurring, which is, I think, maybe a good thing.
It is a good thing. Yeah.
But like even just like a year ago, let alone year and a half, 2 years, 5 years ago, like I could see that feeling like, Mo, I don't know how well I'll do. We're just gonna do it for fun. I'm glad it worked out well.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, and
awesome.
it made me want to do it again because it was just fun. And I was like if I went to a con and it was like you and maybe a few other people from the chat, I feel like I would have such a good time
Hmm.
just like meeting you guys in person. And actually, to that point, Nim in the chat, she's asking, would I come to a small convention in Michigan if someone got me a table? And like, yeah,
Do it.
probably.
Oh, do it.
Honestly, Nim, if you're, because I think that's where Nim, I think that's where she lives,
Hmm.
or near where she lives. If you're talking about doing that just so we can hang, like I would absolutely do a con over there. I'd bring some copies of my book. I'd chill out with y'all. She says there's a Comic Con in Grand Rapids that is always in November. While it's not as big as some of the other states, it's a decent size. I mean, honestly, even a small convention,
Hmm.
to like, yeah, Nim, we should definitely talk about that. I mean, if you have any connections, let me know, and I can, because I've driven to Michigan before. Boy, that was fun. I drive. I did like a whole road trip to Michigan just so my wife could meet her friend's new baby.
Aw.
Went to Grand Rapids, and man, that drive is long to
Oh
try
yeah.
to do in one day.
Oh, I bet
Um,
though. Like that's I'm trying to visualize it because yeah, that's several states over.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lot.
Wow.
Do you drive a lot outside of California?
No, California itself is already the size of several states. The most I've traveled, uh, so I don't think it counts when I moved to California because I had no say in the matter and I wasn't driving because I was 7. Um,
Right. Yeah.
but I've taken the plane to West Virginia. I recently, a couple of times, went to Washington because my dad was living there, and I
Mhm.
was meeting him for. I got to go see Devo in concert with him, and that was a blast.
Oh, that's cool.
And then otherwise, I'll drive up and down the state to see my mom in Vallejo, which is just up there next to San Francisco. Vegas on occasion, not recently though.
Mhm.
That's kind of it. I'm not that well traveled.
cool.
I'd like to be. I'd really like to be more traveled. I've never been outside the country. I've never even been to Hawaii.
Oh, me neither. I would love to. That's actually okay. So we were talking about places we wanted to go. Now that we're like, maybe doing a honeymoon next year or something. And I was like, I would love to do Hawaii, and it's just, it looks so beautiful. And I know it's like a place that like gets ravaged by tourists every year, I'm sure. But like, I mean, come on, Hawaii looks so gorgeous.
It
It's just,
does. There's a way to go there and be respectful. You just be normal, you know.
Well, yeah, and also yeah, I know. I also know that they have a complex relationship with tourism because they're like, they probably get sick of it, but they also recognize that that's like a huge part of their economy. So they also like can't afford for people to stop coming there.
Yeah.
Um,
Apparently Thailand's the same way.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I heard the food in Thailand is like the best in like the world.
Oh, I
to,
bet. Oh, Thai food's
Yeah.
so good.
yeah,
Oh, man.
my wife loves Thai food, and when she went there, she was like texting me and being like, I have never in my life had so many good meals in a row where I was just blown away by it.
Ugh.
But that was before we did Italy, so I feel like you would love Italy, you specifically.
Oh, I want to go. I want to go anywhere. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, all those photos you posted were just incredible. Like my mom too. Like she posted a bunch of stuff when she and her boyfriend went to London and Berlin, and they went to Baths, and it just
that's cool.
so cool. Real quick, just to chat here. Chicken Strike says, I feel like you, Ryan, should get a table instead of the people that sell 3D printed dragons and octopuses that they get from the internet for $40. And I would agree.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
He also asked what I'm assuming what my thoughts are on CalArts. Do you know much about CalArts, Ryan?
So my experience of CalArts is that it's referenced derogatorily by people that don't like the current state of comic books. So I don't really know much about it other than a lot of people seem to not like it. But I don't know what it even does. It refer to a certain style of art?
It's a
I
school.
don't know what.
It's a college. Specifically, it's a college in Valencia, which is like basically just a little bit north of me. Like it's not too far away. It's in the LA area. I think it's technically still LA County. And it was started by or funded by Walt Disney himself. And it is an entertainment school that primarily focuses on illustration and animation and filmmaking. And a lot of people in the animation industry went there, or at least like attempted to go there. It's like the top one if you're going to go somewhere. It's name brand, whatever school.
Yeah, sure.
And so because of that, a lot of the comments about like modern television cartoons comes from like, oh, it's CalArts style. All these kids coming in and taking our jobs. They all draw the same way, CalArts style. Jelly bean face and whatever. So to answer your question, Chicken, it's a school. That's my opinion. Like people go to school, they do things, they learn stuff. I used to hate it. But it was definitely because of jealousy, because I applied to them twice and was rejected twice, because both times I sent my stuff in on the day it was due and I was mad about it. Like, what was I expecting? So.
Well, I gotta say, if they rejected your portfolio, that does call them into question for me. And I'm not saying that to blow smoke up your ass, because that's not healthy. It's not good for your ass.
Oh, you should see the portfolio. Like, really, like, I think if they rejected me, it was probably primarily because there were certain life drawing elements I was missing that were necessary for their standards, and that was a big part of their portfolio process. And then also because I applied on the very last day that you could put your stuff in, so they're probably full up. They have plenty of people. A lot of great artists will apply there and get spots and stuff. I think my main criticism for CalArts is likely no longer relevant. It's a 10 to 15-year-old criticism. But for a while, I was working as a character design teacher at a you can call it a trade school in Burbank called the Animation Academy with Charles Zimbillis. And he had a few alumni come in and talk about their time, what they're doing with working at a studio. What's that like? How are they doing? Had a bunch of people from like Uncle Grandpa come in and chat about things. And there was this sort of undercurrent of disdain for the idea of going to a college for anything art related. And there was also this sort of one visit where a couple of people who used to work, or not work, but go to the school, came by for a visit to chat about like their upcoming project. Because he was very, Charles was very, very supportive of people who were going off on their own, and like he jumped on the crowdfunding train super fast. Like he saw that and he's like, that's going to change everything. And he was really supportive of that, and he was correct. But a couple of people came in and they were like, yeah, we go to CalArts now. And to be honest, don't. The teachers don't know what to do with these students. They're all really entitled and incapable of taking any kind of criticism, and they struggle with anything that goes against their social, their social hierarchical views of morals and society, which is getting in the way of education at this school specifically at the time that they were telling me this. So there were teachers. Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. You're saying the students suffered from this, or the teachers?
Both, but mostly the students were suffering from other students, essentially. Right. Like, I guess somebody at some point allegedly like stood up in the middle of class and said, I won't do this, whatever this was. My recollection was that was a very reasonable, like, this is your project and you should do it, and like made a grandstand about it. So at the time, again, allegedly, you know, salt. I don't know these people anymore, and it's been years.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
That there were teachers that were straight up either moonlighting or leaving the school to go to the local public community college, which is Long Canyon, or College of the Canyons, not Long Canyon, because it was just getting to be unbearable to deal with students who couldn't, you know, deal with the idea that their identity does not necessarily mean that it has to be in everything that they do, in particular when you're learning techniques and technical skills, and that they need to learn how to take criticism, and they don't know everything. You're in college because you want to learn, not because you are, you know, there was this sort of entitlement that came with, I'm going to name brand school, is what it really came down to. I'm at CalArts, so I know what I'm doing.
It's really, it's absurd. I mean, so have you heard of Klaus Janson?
The name's very familiar. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm sure you. I mean, like he was he's a very famous comic book inker. He worked on like Dark Knight Returns with Frank Miller. You know, and I'm sure some people in the chat will know him. But he's been doing it forever. He's an old guy, and he's worked on many classics. He's like one of the best comic, you know, ink artists that has like ever lived. He was teaching at I forgot where, but he was teaching at a, you know, an art school for decades.
Great.
Recently,
Yeah.
yeah, isn't he good? He also does comics in watercolor. When he did Dark Knight Returns, I believe he inked it and he watercolored it, and it's just the whole book, and it's just got a certain personality that's just beautiful. But he was recently talking to somebody on a stream, and he was saying that he actually recently quit his job at that school, and he's like, I'm done teaching. And in not so many words, he said he just couldn't take the new generation of students. He just like he could not deal with like how they were acting, and he was just like, I can't. And what interestingly, so he said this was like a few weeks ago, and then I remembered that before I left the city, I went to this local comic shop that was like a few blocks from my apartment in Brooklyn, and the lady working there was like a 19-20-year-old kind of Gen Z, you know. She was very nice. I liked her. She was, you know, very sweet, but she was telling me about the fact that she was going to you know, she was actually being taught by Klaus Janson about how to draw comics. And I put the two and two together that she was one of the students he was talking about, because what she told me, we had kind of like, I was a little bit rough with her because I just feel like sometimes people need to hear the rough chat. They need to hear like the straight talk, as they put it.
Yeah.
And she was saying like, yeah, she's like, Klaus, he's a nice guy or whatever. She's like, but you know, I'm used to like, if you're going to tell me something's wrong with my work, tell me something nice first. And she's like saying this, and like I let her finish. I let her say what she's going to say. And then I was like, you are starting your career. He's someone who has done this for decades, and he's teaching like hundreds of people a year. And you are trying to give him requirements of how he's got to talk to you in order to teach you how to be better at something that he's an expert on. I was like, do you hear yourself?
Yeah.
And then she was like, well, you know, like I'm not saying I need someone to kiss my. I was like, you are kind of saying that. I was like you want to do this for a living, and you're talking about like how you need to hear. Like this is not, nobody in the business is going to care how you feel. That's not. Nobody cares how I feel. I mean, even people who I work with who are fans of mine, who know my work, they're not like concerned with if I turn in a page and it doesn't work, they're just going to say, Ryan, this doesn't work. You don't have the right pacing. It looks awkward. Could you please do it again? I'd be like, all right, you know, or so, you know, but it's just, I was just blown away because I could not imagine. And maybe it's just generational. I mean, like if we look at it subjectively, like there's no objective reason why she's ridiculous and I'm right or anything, I guess. But like, I could not imagine being 19, 20 years old and like getting to learn directly from the guy who drew The Dark Knight Returns, like one of the best graphic novels ever, and to be like getting pissy because of how he was giving me feedback. It wasn't, he didn't sandwich it with compliments beginning and after, how they advise you to do it, like HR. I was just like, I couldn't believe what I was listening to. I was like, what is happening to people? What is happening to people?
You know what I think it is? I think, and I don't know how prevalent this is now. Again, like things change pretty quick now, and there was definitely more of a this leaning, I think, you know, just 5-10 years ago, probably closer to 5. You know, it's a new generation of college goers now. But maybe I don't listen to a lot of like we're generational whatever blah 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 anymore. I just find it very isolating, but segregating. But looking at, I'm a millennial, my own generation, and watching the generations behind me, there's a degree of and maybe it's coming back. I hope it is coming back. Not teaching people how to handle bluntness versus being rude or mean. There's a difference.
They are different things. Yeah.
And so I think a lot of people get a blunt reaction to something and they get jump scared by negativity, and they just sort of get really defensive about it because they're like, oh god, I have to say something, I have to do something, I have to defend my honor even if they're right because they're coming at me. And like, that's understandable. They weren't taught what to do, but now you're here and somebody's trying to teach you how to handle that. So, I mean, we can tell them all day. They're gonna learn. They're gonna learn how to do it because they're in it now. Their hands are in the mud, and that's great. But they're gonna have to. And sometimes listening is part of that. But I mean, you can tell everybody the sky is blue, but somebody will still go out and look.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like in a situation where it frustrates me because I'm listening to her say this and I'm like, you may have just fucked up your entire career. Like that was like because that was a chance to learn directly from him and form a contact, and because your like young ego couldn't handle getting feedback from this guy who maybe is a little more curt than I am, because like I'm not like that when I'm talking to people. I'm generally pretty nice when I give feedback, even if somebody's work like has a lot of problems. I still try to be, that's just my style. But I'm also, a different generation than like Klaus Janson, who's like 70 something and who probably is like, he grew up at a time where it's like people probably told you pretty directly if something was. But what I'm saying is like, because this particular young lady couldn't deal with that part of his personality and get past that initial chafing. She might have just like, because it sounded like she wasn't even interested in comics after that. She was like, yeah, that was my foray into learning how to draw. I was like, wow, Jesus, wow. Meaning, meanwhile, like I'm someone who was like told many times that my stuff just wasn't that good. Like, and I just like, and you couldn't even keep me out of it, like no matter what, like no matter, like almost to the point of being stupid, like where I kept hearing like, nobody was like, you'll never make it, kid. Nobody was saying that, but people were definitely being like,
it's the worst, like, you can do better,
or just like that my style needed to change because my style is like awkwardly, I don't know what you'll think of this, but I was told, and I'm sorry that I'm rambling, but that my style was awkwardly placed between realism and cartoony. Like it didn't fit neatly into either.
You were just ahead of your time.
Well, and more people are doing that now, but at the time I kept hearing like I got to commit more to realism or to being more cartoonish because it's like they don't know how to market me, because it's like some of it looks kind of Disney-ish and some of it and cutesy, and then some of it looks like hardcore, and I was like, I don't know what to tell you. This is just how I draw, But
I think the worst reaction I ever got to my artwork before from a teacher was, well, you can draw.
Oh. Yeah. Well, that could also have been, I don't know, I guess the context matters there, because I guess, well, how did they say it? It was like that. It was like, well, you can draw.
It's like, well, you can draw.
Okay.
Like, okay. And the follow up after that too is just like, just keep going. It's like, okay, but what am I? Is that a good thing? Is that you saying I'm on the right track, or that I need more on my fundamentals? Which is it? They never followed up.
That's way too cryptic. Because that could be interpreted as also them being like, oh right, you can draw, which is like very different.
Oh man, I got that from two separate people. One of them was a life drawing teacher from CalArts has this summer program they do, and I went to it called the California State Summer School of the Arts. Mouthful. It's fantastic. It was a great program. If they're still doing it, I highly recommend it for anybody in high school in California or feel like traveling. It's really expensive. And the other person was okay. So do you know who Scott McCloud is?
Yeah, I have his book.
Yeah, fantastic book. When I was in high school, one of his daughters, I think his only daughter, went to the same high school. and we had a senior project where we had to pick a topic and do like a research paper, maybe do something on it, and I chose comics, and I made up my own comic for it. And when I heard that he was there, his daughter was there, I was like, oh, maybe I could interview him. I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea who he was. I just knew that he wrote books, and they were comics, and they were really good.
Yeah.
And I didn't research him very well first either, and I think he could tell. But so at some point we had a chat. I met up with him at his home. His daughter had some friends over, and I just tagged along, and they did a whole thing. We played Wii Sports, and then he looked at my artwork and is like, well, you can draw. And I was like,
Oh,
yeah.
that's funny.
Yeah, at least he followed up with like, you really got to like look at things like you're looking through a window or a camera or something. Like really consider, it's not just flat illustration. You're trying to make people believe. Like he had really good advice. He was really excellent. But like,
yeah, that's pretty cool though to have interacted with him. He
Yeah.
seems like he's probably a really nice dude.
He is, yeah. Like, at least when I saw him the one time, like 12, 15 years ago now.
And also, there's a history of people talking about comics as if they're like not as high in art form as others. And frankly, Scott McCloud, a comic book guy, is the only person I've seen who successfully gave art a definition.
Yes. Yeah. No, he's great.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I think I do.
So to address the chat with this, in his book, what's it called? It's not How to Draw Comics. It's what's it called?
I think it's just How to Comics. Yeah. Let me look it up.
Yeah, it's it has a name like How to Read Comics.
There's so many of these.
Yeah, he's written a lot about them. But in one of his books, he defines art, and he
Understanding
says,
comics, reinventing comics, making comics. Yeah.
Yeah, Understanding Comics is the one I think I read. And he says, art is anything, any action you take that is not directly linked to your reproduction or survival. Because essentially what he means by that, and he explains it, is that like anything you do that is not directly linked to like reproduction, meaning like sexuality, flirtation, whatever, anything that's not directly linked to that, or to survival, like getting food, getting out of danger, anything else you do, that means it's a creative action, because it's not directly leading to biological imperatives. It's just your brain doing something creative. And he gives an example. And it's great because he draws out this little comic scene of a caveman running from a saber-toothed tiger. And it says, and he labels it, it says survival. And he's like running, and he's like, it's getting closer. Then as he's running away from the tiger, he passes by this like pretty like cave woman who's like watching him run. And she's kind of smiling at him because she's like impressed that he's running away from this tiger so fast.
He runs so
and as
fast.
He's running, yeah, and as he's running, he like looks at her and he gives her like a wink, like, "Hey, what's up, girl?" And then it says reproduction, and then it shows him going toward the cliff at the edge of this, fleeing from the tiger, and it says survival. And then the tiger jumps at him, and he jumps out of the way in the last second, and the tiger goes over the cliff, and it says survival. And then he looks back at the cave woman like, you see what I did? You see that? Like he's got that look in his face, like how cool that was. And then it says reproduction. And then the last panel is he looks down at the, down the cliff at the tiger that he just defeated, and he like sticks his tongue out at, like he makes a face or something, and then it says art.
Okay, that's an interesting punchline. That's interesting.
Yeah. And it also like it really gave a solid understanding. It's like, it's a way of letting people understand, like, if you're choosing what to wear in the morning, a certain color or a certain thing that you like, that is essentially art. That's you're making an artistic choice. You're doing something that's purely not reproduction or survival. It's just something you want to do because you like it, and it all uses the same part of your brain, right? That right side of your brain that's creative. So that's like, I don't know. What do you think of that definition? I always liked it. Personally.
Does that mean that if I draw a really cool car and it attracts me, like I get a second boyfriend and suddenly now I'm in this like super awesome sex cult? Does that mean that that's not art because it attracted me a mate?
That's interesting. It depends. Were you doing it specifically to attract a mate, or were you just drawing it because it tickled your ninnies to have a beautiful car drawn?
I mean, I guess it's sort of like, it's an interesting way to segue into that comic strip that I like posted earlier. Make way, you swine! A cartoonist is coming through. Like
I love that, by the way.
It's so good. But I'm not really sure, like, cause like there's definitely people who make art and the sole benefit for them is social hierarchy or whatever. Like, did you ever see the documentary Exit Through a Gift Shop?
No, I haven't seen that. What is that?
Okay. Do you know what it is?
Someone might have told me once, but my old demented brain probably forgot. So please tell me again.
Okay, so Exit Through the Gift Shop is a documentary on street art, and in particular, it's about Banksy, but it's not about Banksy because the person who was supposed to oh, this is all one layer. So I'm just like sifting through my like layers real quick. Like why can't I find my panel? Because I'm doing it different. Anyway, so essentially there's a man who whose name is escaping me right now. As a coping mechanism for his own depression and trauma in life, has sort of just spent his whole life filming literally everything. He ran a vintage clothing store in Los Angeles and filmed 100% of his life all the time, every day. His kids, his family, his work, going to and from places, like constantly. I don't think he ever put it down. And he is also something of a charlatan. He even says in his own video that the whole way his vintage products worked was he would go to other thrift stores, find something with a brand name that he could assume people would recognize or he himself could recognize, and then just upcharge it like crazy. So through filming all these things, one of his cousins is a notable or famous street artist, Space Invader, in France. He was coming out to Los Angeles and he wanted a tour, so he gave him a tour and he brought out other street artists, and they met through other street artists, and he's filming this whole time. And in order for them to become okay with the idea that this dude is filming these very illegal activities, they just tell him, oh, he's making a documentary. And eventually this leads him down to meeting and then becoming friends with Banksy, who is notoriously notoriously secretive. And so eventually they get into a lot of trouble with Disney and they get arrested at Disneyland for doing a stunt. And he comes up to the dude and is like, hey man, so you have all this footage. When are you going to make that documentary though? Because like, I feel like now's the time to let it out. This is important. And so it doesn't work out. He gives the footage to other people. They make this documentary. And then this creator, this filmmaker goes on to go, well, I mean, I've been watching all you guys do these things for a few years now. I could do that. And so he sets up a show. He sets up an art show, an art gallery, and it turns into this really big thing. He gets a marketing team involved. He doesn't really do a whole lot of like practice, at least according to the way that it's filmed. He just sort of does things he sees other people do without really understanding why it is that they're doing it. And he goes on to call himself Mr. Brainwash, which is apt. And he's still a name in the artist, you know, you can still see signs for him on occasion, like, oh, he's got a show coming up downtown by LACMA. There he is. You could do it. And so, like, this, not only does he not really, at least at the time, understand what he's doing or why he's doing it, what is he expressing, what is he telling people, is it with purpose that you're using these tools? You don't have to know why you're doing an art piece for it to be art, but I think you have to know what you're doing and what's leading you to do this, in order for you to try to understand yourself better as you do it, which he doesn't do. He's just like, see, I saw this guy, I saw Andy Warhol do this, so I decided to do it, but with something else. You see, look, it's the same thing, but it's different because I did it. And it's like, it's like the reaction YouTuber of art. Like, he's just sort of putting it together. And you watch the show get really, really good reviews. And it ends up becoming what launches Banksy into being part of the gallery space, because he ends up doing a gallery too. Actually, I think that's probably why he wanted to do the documentary, because he wanted the gallery show to be sort of like a, Banksy wanted this gallery show, his show, to be a, this is what street art is. Here's the words and the messages I'm trying to give to you. And then like Brad Pitt shows up and he's like, I would like to purchase a Banksy, please. And then some other celebrity was like, yes, I have several Banksys of my own, and not really understanding it. It's a collection thing. So that's why he wanted the documentary. And that's where Mr. Brainwash failed everybody. It's fascinating, but also it's not for survival. but it's not art, but cosmically speaking it is, but personally speaking it's not. It's one of those gray areas. It's so fascinating to me. He fascinates me and he frustrates me.
Well, I mean, also like as far as how that impacts the definition, I agree that there's holes in it because it's like, I mean, right now I do art, but it's also for survival because it pays my bills. So it's like I don't really know, and also like art, a musician who learns how to play the guitar because he knows that it'll get him girls in college. Like he's also doing that for reproduction, right? It's like
yeah.
So it's hard to really it's hard to really like figure out if the definition works because you're like, well, especially with guys, like so many men are constantly thinking about women anyway. So like even when you're doing something that's not about women, it's still kind of about women.
Yeah, I mean that's all of art though, to be fair. But like,
yeah,
let's dig a little deeper. You're doing these comics because it pays the bills. But here's the thing. It's still art because there's plenty of other kinds of art forms, even more specifically, many other kinds of comics that would get you more money faster than what you're doing right now, right? This is expressive, this is personal, this is fun for you. What you're doing it because you want it. You're not doing it because you have to. You have to do something. True. But I mean, right now you're drawing a knight cutting another man in half. Like, you could be drawing somebody's portrait of a puppy wearing a funny outfit, and those make bank. But you're not doing
apparently.
The puppy.
Yeah, it's true. It's true that if I wanted to be like a very wealthy artist, I probably would just switch gears and definitely wouldn't do comics because comics is like, it's like, yeah, you could get rich doing it, but also you could get struck by lightning and it's like it's yeah. No, I get what you're saying. It's true. I mean, if it was just about money, I would still be doing storyboards for that production agency.
Yeah.
Because that makes that pays well, especially because it's always on a deadline. Let me just see what's going on here.
Yeah, I was about to check chat too. How's your chat doing? Hi, Ryan's chat. Hello. Oh wait, I'm looking at your chat. What am I doing? I have my own chat up. How's my chat?
This is what happens when you do two streams at once. I had the same thing happen. I was like looking at your stream and like looking to respond to your chat, and I was like, wait, that's not smart.
All right, you know what? All the family in one living room.
Nim says you and Gigi they both have good points about the entitlement of students. Yeah, I think a lot of people agree about that. And I don't even think it's a generational thing. I honestly think if you ask a lot of Gen Z people, they'll agree with you that people need to like,
I think it's an age thing.
Yeah, to some extent. Broken Blade says hi.
Hi.
Oh, you already greeted him.
I did.
Taco Force says Scott McCloud probably never drew hentai. Well, as far as we know.
I mean, we found out about Tezuka and all of his freaky things. We're gonna find out some real wild things about Miyazaki at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, which one is Tezuka?
Astro Boy.
Was he? I mean, without incriminating yourself in the algorithm, was he the one that they found like CP on his computer or something?
No, that was the guy who did Rurouni Kenshin, and that's an interesting story actually. So
yeah, why?
Because that particular type of material had only been fully criminalized in Japan just a few years prior, and this was in 2014.
Yeah.
And so there's already a culture of people where they don't see anything wrong with it, and it's just perversion and not necessarily something else. And so when this particular creator was caught, the government was like, well, he's got a big name, and this is something that we're really pushing, so it means that we got to double down on him. So I don't remember what his punishment was, but they went hard on him to make an example of him. And I'm not saying that he didn't deserve it or not, but I am saying that, like, that's what happened. That was a purposeful, intentional thing. Tezuka, what they found for his was a bunch of adult artwork, and he was already kind of a freaky dude, like, in a really artsy kind of a way. Like, I think he did the Belladonna of Sadness. You should see his, like, Cleopatra movies, like, sex and stuff all over the place. But he also did, like, Astro Boy, which also had a few funky, awkward things here and there. But he seemed to really like the idea of women transforming to and from being animals, which is early for the time.
Well, who doesn't? I mean, my goodness, it's all I can think about.
Oh, those Animorphs. I don't know. Oh, man.
Yeah, women are pretty, but have you ever seen a zebra with big eyelashes? Oh my god.
You should look at his work because on one hand, his artwork is just genuinely. I mean, I love Tezuka's artwork. I think it's just really pleasant and it's really cutesy and elegant and interesting and expressive. But also, some of the things he draws are like snakes with boobies, and it's really funny.
That is funny.
It is really, really funny. It's just the most
But, like,
awkward
okay.
thing.
So I feel the need to delineate something here. So like you're saying he had some weird art, like things that were drawn. So I would personally, I would probably form in my own mind a very clear moral delineation between drawings of freaky things and like the other guy who had CP. Because even if somebody has drawings of like simulated CP, like at least it's a drawing and there's no actual victim in the immediate sense.
There's an argument there. Oh, there's an interesting argument there.
Yeah, I think I know. Because I heard someone say that it can actually like create a fetish that wasn't there for people before, or something like that, or that it, or that it.
You know, I'm not gonna get too far into it just because like it's a odd subject for a stream and time and place and all that. And I personally I don't really know where I fully stand on it. But it is an interesting one, which is what are they referencing? And also, where is that coming from? Like, it starts to become really similar to the AI sort of problem as far as like art versus like reference versus photos versus stealing and all that. But then also like, yeah, there's also the developmental thing. If it's artwork, then who's looking at it? Whatever.
Yeah,
it's pretty gnarly, the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, because it's like I mean, it's because it was a discussion I was having with somebody where I was like, they asked me, do I think art can never be morally wrong? Like art that's just someone making art in a vacuum, like not with another person.
I disagree.
Like so.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well, the question was, could it be wrong? So you disagree with which?
Well, I said that I jumped right in and said that for the in a vacuum. So, I mean, because that would, if it's totally in a vacuum, it's absolutely like this is not intended for people to see this. This is not meant for anything but my own expression of this thing. I mean, that's what diaries are. Like that's and we don't know the purpose behind it being put out there, whether it's for enjoyment or to get out of the system or to everybody has horrible intrusive thoughts. Everybody's got something that they need to deal with, and some deal it with writing and some deal it with whatever. So at a certain point, it becomes a question of thought crimes. If it's like art that exists, it can be morally wrong, and that comes with intent. And I think the only real good example I have of that is there's an artist on the internet who may or may not still be on the internet, I don't know, who went by the name of Shadman. And he...
Oh, yeah, I've heard of this. Yeah, I heard of this. I'm sorry, but go on.
He was accused of some pretty heinous things, and some of his artwork was pretty heinous in and that comes into the moralizing. Like, it's stuff that I look at and I go, ew. But I guess he got into an argument with somebody online, and he decided to take his frustration out on this person by drawing real, actual, like, material of this person's real, actual daughter, and sharing it as a joke, and is
that's
heinous,
so disgusting,
heinous, morally reprehensible.
That's so gross.
Yeah, and not in the fun way like I am.
Well, what happened to him after that? Any legal ramifications? That's so disgusting.
I don't think so. I don't recall. It's part of a drama sphere of people and freaks that I kind of like fade in and out of knowledge of, and that's one that I don't want to touch. I don't want to go near that guy. I don't want to go near his dramas. Yeah. I think he had his moment. What I do remember is that he was like, yeah, you're right, guys, that was too far, I'm sorry. And then he doubled down. I was like, no, actually, I'm not, though. And I don't remember what it was, but it was just very petty argumenting between, I think, like, Keemstar. I think it was Keemstar.
Makes me need to take a shower.
Yeah.
Well, there was when that other Japanese artist, when you were saying that they found.
Oh yeah, Tezuka. Yeah, his stuff is it's just like animals transforming into people.
No, the one before that, the one who actually had like real criminal stuff.
Rurouni Kenshin got,
Yeah, when that happened, I remember there's this YouTube channel called Bonsai Pop. which I really like it. I did like it. The guy he would just talk about great anime from the '90s, and it was like very fun videos where he was just like, talk about Ninja Scroll, and and
Yeah.
he's this American guy in his 20s, like and he did a video basically defending the guy, being like, well, it wasn't illegal yet in Japan, and
Oh.
people were like, that's not the point, you absolute freak. Like it's
Yeah.
morally wrong to have that material regardless of whether or not the law had caught up to it. And then he had to quickly take down the video because the reaction was like, oh no, are you like,
Thou dost
is
protest too
something,
much.
yeah, like, is something wrong with you, bro? Like, and it's like, maybe, and I'm sure, I don't want to attack this person, he probably just was using bad logic at that point. I don't want,
Yeah.
but that, like, after that, I never wanted to watch one of his videos again, because I was like, that's what you think?
That's
You
icky.
think that the law dictates, like, so if it was legal in America, you'd be okay with people having that stuff? Like, that's so gross to me.
Well, it feels very much like that argument that you see between like atheists and Christians about like, well, I mean, if people don't have this, then what's going to keep them from murdering people? That's not how that works. It's not how that. That's not how
Yeah.
that is. Yeah. If you need it spelled out for you, then you have weird morals.
Yeah. Well, I mean, see, that this is, unless we don't even have to touch upon religion, just talking about rules as being like the utility of rules, right?
Yeah.
In a society. So like,
We live in a society, guys.
it seems like the approach that you're saying, it's funny how we always get into these like
We
huge
do.
cosmic,
Well, to be fair, I brought it up last time.
yeah, no, you did, and you brought it up this time too.
Oh, I did. That's true. Oh,
because you're always like, I don't want to talk about heavy stuff, and then you're like, so morality as far as human beings, intrinsic.
That's true.
So I've heard this debate, like, where it's like, if human beings need rules to keep them from doing awful things, does that mean humans are actually inherently evil, or that you believe they're evil? And then it's like, if you believe people don't need these rules to stop them from doing horrible things, if they should know what's right and wrong, because of the the internal organic compass that guides the soul toward justice, does that mean that rules are pointless, and that if we would be a peaceful living in absolute anarchy of some kind, and it doesn't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But I'm interested in if, like, what you mean by that.
I think the things that we all pretty much agree on are standard. And when I say we all, I also mean people who are old enough to understand these things, right? Like, I'm not talking about children or teenagers. Well, to a degree. So, like, for example, what is murder? I think most people will agree that if somebody is attacking you and you defend yourself, and in defending yourself, that person like dies, whether it was because you had to defend yourself and that was the result, or because you defended yourself and they fell and they accidentally, that's not the same as a deliberate, I'm gonna go out and murder somebody. And that is very much different. That's what murder is, right? And so the argument comes down to, if I have to tell you, or if some other agreed upon rhetoric that's old, whether it's a law or a religious scripture, or Meemaw and Peepaw got together at the student council and just agreed with everybody together, like whatever it is, if you have to do that where murder is wrong, then there's something wrong with you, right?
Yeah.
But that's where then it comes down to, like, it gets a little weird, right? Because somebody has to teach this person that murder is wrong, right? And so most people maybe don't need to be taught that, though. Like, you talk to somebody on the street and you're like, hello, barista, I would like some coffee. And they're like, one coffee for you. And then a 5-year-old comes in and they're like, stick 'em up, I'm 5. That's not gonna happen.
I'm really enjoying this world you're painting. It's really fun. Yeah, well, because okay, so here's to I think the chat, Silver Comet, you'll appreciate this, because the Silver Comet's really enjoying this discussion.
Oh, good. Hello, Silver Comet. Comment, not comment.
They're the best. Silver Comment is a.
Keep doing it. I got you doing it. Silver Comment left a comment. Silver Comment.
Comet. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So you were talking about reading history and how you wanted to start like getting more into certain history and
Yeah.
just like diving in. So something that happened to me, because now I'm like a full-on history buff these days,
Good. That's good.
and it really, history, every time you learn a bit of history, it changes your perspective like
Yeah.
completely.
You're like,
completely.
oh, these dots, I'm connecting them.
So like when I was working on Black Marrow, I started really reading about the Old West and like the culture and how people spoke and how they behaved. And like the first thing that I learned like right away was like, okay, people were way more literate than we think they were, and
They
super
were.
articulate.
It's
And
true.
that, you know, you and I talked about that. But then something else, which was way more shocking to me, was that the whole the Old West, the myth of the West being this like horrifically violent shithole where people were just killing and violating each other and stealing from each other, and it was just like you leave your door and there's just arterial sprays of blood from people shooting at you because it's just,
Kurosawa was
and
here.
yeah, and then the government came and made it all better by like outlawing, you know, like because the Wild West was like had no government or had minimal, you know, federal government, so it was like not safe. A lot of that is actually like total propaganda.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's propaganda because they wanted to move in on the territory and make it more
Yeah.
American and less like whatever they were developing. If left alone, they'd create their own states and they would then pull a revolution, right?
Well, I wasn't. I mean, some of that is yes true, but also it was essentially like the kind of like a libertarian idea of like a paradise, because you had no government involvement essentially past a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you would expect all this crime, but actuality the crime rates increased when the federal government started to like pigeonhole businesses into certain practices.
Mm.
And so someone analyzed this about like why was crime so much lower in the Old West than we thought. Like it's really really low in some areas, and a lot of it. Well, yeah, Taco Force. I agree. Yeah, he's saying. I mean, it was just fiction. It was just fiction, absolutely. But also like
There was
the
a
shocking
concerted
part-
effort to do this.
Yeah, there was a concerted effort to make it seem like it was this criminal wasteland, this post-apocalyptic hellscape, when in reality, the Old West for a lot of people was pretty much okay. And it was interesting because they said without a government telling you how to behave, what happened was, let's say you and I are neighbors, right,
Mhm.
Gigi?
Yep.
And you're like, well, I'm low on, I don't know, whatever resource I need, and Ryan has it, right? And you're like, let me just tell my wife I'm going to come get her in a second.
Tell her I
Sorry.
said hi.
She's,
Tell her I
she's
said
like,
hi. Hi, Maka.
okay,
Hi.
I will. She's like swimming down the lake and she needs a ride home. So I'm going to have to go in a second, but I want to just share this because this is really cool.
Okay.
Is that so like if you're, you know, we're neighbors and you're like, well, I need, you know, corn or corn seeds, and Ryan has them because he happens to live on a plot of land where that's richer or something. Clearly I know nothing about agriculture.
Mhm.
You're like in the fictional sense, you would just go and like, you know, take it and kill me, and that's why there's so much crime. But in reality, the way that people behave is they look at each other and they go, well, he might be hard to kill, and we both are armed because it's like, you know, before federal government and gun laws and everybody just has a fucking gun.
Mhm.
So like if I can kill them, they can kill me, so it's actually probably better to become friends with this person and just be nice and see if we can help each other out. And like everybody arrived at the same logic essentially in most of these cases, not all. But so you had was like a really nice system of barter and trade and people just chilling out, and like, you know, I'm great, there was a lot of crime in some areas, but people were talking about how if you look at the Old West, a lot of it was like the crime was caused by a very small group of people that we would probably classify as psychopaths, because there were people looking at the wild territories and seeing opportunities
Mhm.
to like murder people, because and they liked it, and that's why they did it. It wasn't so much out of desperation. It was like people that were like literally serial killers before we had the term serial killers.
Mhm.
So it's a fascinating subject, because they were like, if you look at huge areas of the Old West, it's like people are like having a decent life. You know, it's hard work and it's hard, but people are like, you know, respecting each other and mostly living in peace with a few hiccups here and there. And it's, you know, but because we want to make movies about it, we need like action and stuff. So we need to like make it seem like it's like you walk out your door and it's, you know, this bandits who are going to steal all your bread and stuff, you know. But anyways, I'm sorry. I think I need to go and get her. I don't mean to talk so much and then leave.
Oh, dude, I mean,
but,
that's what the chats are about. But yeah, and like, no pressure. I'm gonna be sitting here streaming for a little while longer anyway. So, if
Yeah.
you come back, great. If not, then we'll talk again in the future.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I might be able to hop back on tonight. Let me see when because we're gonna get dinner, and if you're still on a little bit later, maybe I'll hop back on.
Sure. Yeah. I should probably eat somewhat soon, but I'll be back and forth.
Eat at your microphone and make everybody listen to you. They love
Going back to ASMR, circling back again. We can make it happen, guys. Somebody get me some gummy worms. I'm gonna get sticky.
All right, guys. On that highly sensuous note, I'm gonna leave everybody. I'll see you later. Love you.
Ciao, dude. All right, guys. So I'm in charge now. Okay. So, I mean, I guess you guys probably can't hear me because he edited his stream. So I'm just talking to myself in my chat. But I'm just saying. I know Mom and Dad said that you had to go to bed at like 8 o'clock. But I'm probably going to stay up till like 11 or 12. And I'm considering pizza, so don't mess with me. And you can have some. I'm a really bad babysitter. That might not be true. I need some water. It is an H2O break, my friends. And I want to go check in with my mans and see how he's doing. So I will be right back after I save because I'm smart. And see y'all momentarily. Yes.
Okay, rolling.
Oh, it's been peaceful here in the Five Worlds, or is it 6? For a dragon's age. We now have 12,000 treasure, or is it 14,000? What about this Ganasty Gnorc character? Now I understand he's found a magic spell to turn gems into warriors for his cause.
I'll take that question. Nasty Nork is a simple creature. Simple? He has been contained in a remote world and is no threat to the Dragon Kingdom. No threat! Besides, he is ugly. That does it!
Looks like I've got some things to do.
Okay, I'm back. I've got my water. Got a big old stein of it. I think it's like 32 ounces. I'm a hardcore water drinker, guys. Look out.
Thank you for
I'll change your life.
Spyro. Free 10 dragons in the artisan world. Then find the balloonist. He'll transport you to the next world.
What about Nasty Nork? I'm going after him.
Find dragons first. That's
What
all
about
I'll
Nasty
tell you.
Nork? Okay. I was trying to think I might be overthinking this pose. It's actually fine. It's just off model now because I had to rework this character a little bit, but it's not that far off model. Let's look at him. I'll probably close this now too and keep my computer from overheating. Okay. upward look does not look like him. I don't think I did that well. Yeah, this is actually pretty on target. I just gotta change his eyes. He has the sharp eyes of a large hawk. Sorry, Jacobo, I didn't see your, message earlier. But straight choke it, straight chuck it. How about that?
Where's Nasty Nork? I'll torch him.
Keep your horns on, Spyro. You have much to learn first. Do you know what the dragon...
I really want to think of something else to pop on that YouTube's not going to get mad at me about. Like, I love Spyro, but, like, video games are so distracting to have on for me. I think the only reason why I've been able to handle it all really well today because I took some medication. But I'm almost out, so... Then what'll I do, guys? Be responsible? Get more? Nah. Nah.
Hey, Spyro, press the jump button twice to glide. And don't be afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Falling from high mountain peaks? Plummeting into prehistoric glaciers?
You know what? Do Crash Bandicoot. I'm more in the mood for that, I think. Man, this is gonna just absolutely wreck the algorithm for my For You page. Just destroy it. Oh, weird. It thinks my mouse is over the window when it is not. Okay.
But Dr. Cortex, we have not determined the cause of past failures. Moron! This Bandicoot will be my general, and he will lead my Cortex commandos to world domination. This time I shall reign triumphant. We are closer than ever before. Quickly, into the vortex!
I forgot how different his voice was in this game compared to other ones.
Not ready. We have no idea what it could do. Failure again. Capture him.
Uh-oh.
Prepare the female bandicoot.
There we go. These eyes are too small.
It's getting there. Why is this so strong? What have I done? It's closer. It's actually not too bad. A little froggish, but so is he. It's a little. Maybe I should 3D model his head sometime. Suppose if there's ever a time for me to learn how to 3D model, working on a graphic novel would be one of those times. I just think that sometimes it takes away a certain element of, like, organicness that I really like. But I suppose it doesn't necessarily have to. I've seen other artists do it and they do a great job, and it's not even a complaint I have with them. It's just one of those things where it's like, it's okay when they do it, but when I do it, no, not at all. I'm not allowed. Water. I literally can't live without you. Water. Yeah, already, this is looking better already. Okay. Trying to make sure he doesn't look scared. This is a man who's in control at all times. He has a persona that he's got to uphold, even in the most insane, unexpected moments. There we go. Gonna make him head bigger. Yes. Zoop. Yeah, there we go. feel like I need to have some form of notification come up on OBS if I'm gonna get a notice from YouTube. Like, I just happened to click the live studio control panel thing out of curiosity, and like, I had a warning. And it wasn't even a big warning, it was important. It was like a bitrate drop or something. But like, I mean, would have been nice if I knew that when it happened. However long ago that was. Oh well. It's not a big deal. It's all good. I think you're supposed to have these separated from each other anyway. It's just like, I want to be able to see what you guys are saying. I would like to be able to put the chat next to the panel, but it won't let me do that. It's one on top of the other, and I don't like that. Can I put it below? Maybe? Hang on, I'm gonna mess with this for a little bit. Hang on. So can I just take this? Oh, I can. Can I put it? Oh, I can! Hey, I figured it out. Hooray! Okay. Because these can be small. I don't need those to be big. I know you can't see what I'm doing. I'm messing with the little docked windows on OBS because I'm trying to get the right setup. I want to be able to do this way more often, and having a smooth dashboard of tools is going to help me with that. Oh, I gotta move this car. Okay. Bring this down here. I want him really lifting himself up off the car here. Go down here, and then go that way. You'd think this would have been figured out during pencils, but I didn't do a good enough job. But that's okay, cause here we are, fixing it in pre-production. Something rhymes with R. I'm not good at making up songs. So yeah, I would like to reschedule that time. I don't know what time on Thursday we're meeting. So that'll change things. I think we had been talking about Saturday, but that is a little funky for me and you because of the time difference. So I think it's a 3-hour difference. I'm usually home and free again on Saturdays by, I want to say, 3 o'clock PST, so that'd be like 6 o'clock for you. I might be tutoring somebody though, and I think that that would push things to even later by like an hour or two. I suppose I'm assuming mornings are still best for you. I don't know what your shifts are like or what you got to take care of, but hang on a second. I need to change my seat. I think I could do Wednesday morning. So Wednesday morning at like, I think roughly the same time, like at like 11 o'clock. I could do tomorrow. And I could do basically any time tomorrow. How long did you want to talk for? Like an hour or two? This is wrong. This is right under the window. I gotta scoot this over. Oop, oop, oop. I don't like this car, like at all. Why did I design it this way? Switch directions here a little bit. Yeah, that reads a little better. Okay. $5 or $6 for you, or $5 or $6 for me? It's 5:30 right now. Forgot about how good this music was in this sequence. So 5 for me. Okay. Yeah. That works for me. I could do that. I'll be around. Do you want to do it over like Discord, or do you want to do it in Google? Like, what's your preferred method of having a call? Ugh, pardon me. Sorry. Getting all these yawns in. If I do it now, I won't do them later, you see. That's not true. I made that up. Wasn't even funny. There we go. Let's get one more pass here. Yeah, Discord's fine. We can do that. How's your comic coming? That's cool. Are you gonna color it traditionally too, or are you gonna scan that and do that digitally, but do the inks the other way? Traditional, analog, what have you? Oh my goodness. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. I think it's just because now I've started. I think that'll look really good. There's a certain, like... It kind of comes to the same thing I was saying earlier, that like there's a certain organicness that comes with doing it by hand and doing it by things that you hold in your hand. I think it'll look really good. I'm looking forward to setting up my own inking station. I've been putting it off a little bit because we're dealing with some roach treatment at the apartment, which I think I've mentioned this before in a couple of different streams, but essentially it's a multi-day process, and it's like over weeks, and it's just easier to not move the kitchen completely in. So my desk currently has kitchen supplies on it to keep it out of there. It's stuff that we don't really use, like appliances or whatever. So the only things that are ever in the kitchen right now are things we're gonna use. I'm really bad though. I want my... Ugh, excuse me, I want my apartment back. I want to live. Oh, you know what would be a fun game to pop on here? Would probably be like Metal Slug. Maybe I'll do that next. I think you can basically go through those over the course of just like a couple hours for all of them. Oh, right now? It's not. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bump the mic. It's not too bad. It's actually really nice out today. I want to say it was in like the mid 70s, low 70s. Hang on. Like there's a breeze, like you could smell the ocean. It was really nice today. I'm actually considering stepping out and getting the last of the sunlight, but it sounds like some of my neighbors are out. Yeah, so it was like 75 today. It's gonna be about the same tomorrow. It'll jump into the 80s at the end of the week. It was pretty bad last week, like we were in the 80s. We'll be getting into a heat wave definitely soon, but we're still pretty early on into the summer. So it'll be a little while before, you know. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. Yeah, I hear it's pretty bad out there right now. Is it the whole of, the East Coast, or is it just like... Oh, shoot, I accidentally deleted that thing. I need that. Maybe I should have some caffeine. It's a little late for caffeine. Oh, shoot. I'm on the wrong layer. Yeah. Like, I know Dan was saying that he was concerned about, his stream, during a blackout or something, because the rolling heat. I'm sure it'll be okay, though. But yeah, that's a bummer. There's this sort of, expectation that it's gonna be, you know, pretty much hot every summer out here, just given where we live. But, fire season is already starting up again, and it's early. Like, I don't think it ever actually went away. Usually we'll have, like, summer and spring, and there won't be any fires until late summer into the fall. But we're already getting quite a few. Though I'm willing to bet that some of it, I haven't looked into it, but I'm willing to bet that some of it is probably arson. Given the oddities that LA has been dealing with recently, it makes sense. I think every time something major happens, there's at least one. Got a lot of weirdos out here. Oh, haha, yeah. There's definitely more control that way. The last few pages I've been doing this comic in, there's this system, you can kind of see it poking. Oh, you can't really. Let me pull it out. Oh. Oh, how weird. The moment it becomes its own window, you can't see it anymore. How odd. If I do this. Oh, and now you can. How interesting. Okay, well, I learned something new about OBS today. You can see what I'm doing, right over here. There's this tool where you can make panels with it, and then when you split the panels up, they become their own layers, like group, like a folder. And for all of the previous pages I've done so far, that's how it's been, where each panel is its own group of layers. But for this one I thought, well, what if I just do it all in one? And you can do that. There's a way to make it all just one big group for the whole thing. So I can draw down here into the other panels. And I gotta be honest, I'm actually kind of regretting it now. I might break it up. But if I were doing this like a regular comic on a regular, you know, paper, it might be utterly different. Oh, I put the wrong thing. Here it is. Okay. I don't know. I think going back to we've talked about this a little bit, but I think going back to traditional is going to be really good for you. Mostly because I think it's really good for everybody.
It's like eating a salad.
It's not like eating a salad. It's not like that at all. It's a bad analogy. I used to say that. It's like working out. You know, you gotta go back to the basics. You gotta eat better. It's like that. It's not the same. There aren't any limitations. Oh, wait. Yeah, there are. Never mind. Where's my brain today? Yeah, well, I mean, everything costs money. You pay for it somehow. Bristol's expensive, but, I mean, it'll be worth it. Is Bristol as expensive as watercolor? Like, watercolor paper can be really, like, really pricey. I don't really buy a lot of Bristol. I actually inherited a lot of it. And, like, not like a lifetime supply of it, but, like, I have quite a bit of Bristol that I sort of, like, grabbed out of my grandfather's studio because nobody else is gonna use it. I think he's got more somewhere, too. I might actually ask Nana if I can have some. And again, if it's older, maybe it's aged. Maybe I should work on newer. I don't know. I like working on, Canson board. Well, I mean, lucky, quotes, you know. When I mean inherited, I mean, like, inherited. My grandfather was a comic book artist, too, and, so he still had some supplies in his studio. Not a lot of them. He started working digitally years ago, and so, he hadn't bought art supplies in, like, 5 or 6 years by the time he passed. So, it's just, you know, whatever. No. It's mine! I think I've only got a few sheets left anyway. I was using it to practice, some ink lines and stuff, but... You know, it's interesting. I actually was having trouble... I like using dip pens, and I was having trouble with the dip pen on the, Bristol. I think it's because it's too smooth. So it wasn't, like, catching, and I think maybe my nibs were cheap. I don't know. I have to try something better. I really want to get a, deleter pen set. It's that mangaka supply company, and they've got some really nice looking things, and I really, really love Naoki Urasawa's work, and, I think deleter's what he uses. Actually, no. He had one that he, like, was gifted from somebody. There's this really great video where he goes over his supplies, but it is dip pen, and that is what I like. I really ought to be trying brush, though. I've not tried it yet, and, like, it gets some really nice results. As far as, like, clean inking. I don't know if I have the patience for it, though. Like, I don't know. I like the directness and the scratchy feeling of, dip pen. I like the nibs. I got a bunch of rapidographs, too, but they all need to be cleaned, like, really badly, and I'm not really sure how to do it. Because I think they're all clogged. And I like the one that I got. Like, I bought one a couple years ago, and I've really enjoyed it. And I want to get other sizes, and now I do have other sizes, but they need a cleaning. Okay, let's give this a go. But, I don't know if you've noticed this, but I'm very much a sculptor when it comes to how I ink, which digitally is great. You know, all the back and forth and the trimming and the fixing and the whatever. But, I can't do that traditionally, obviously. Not to the same degree. And I think it'd be really good if I were to go back to traditional and wean myself off of this habit, because I don't have the confident lines as much as I'd like. Asadora? I don't know what Asadora is. Ah, yes! Haha. Okay. Very good. Yeah, I knew him for 20th Century Boys. And then he went on to do Pluto, and that was really cool. I've read a few of his shorter things. And his caricatures are so good. He occasionally has the same face here or there, but, like, it's never anything egregious. I think most people have it. But, like... Ugh. All of his people look like people. I love this drawing he did of Beethoven. It's just so good. I know you guys can't see it. Just gonna deal with it. Soap it up. Ooh. Oh, these lines are so good. I need to get back into practice. Yeah, Monster is great. I've not finished it yet, but I've really loved it. I could stare at his artwork all day. It's not something I should study right now, though, because this book has to have a particular look. And it's not those, like, beautiful light lines and the scratchiness. It's this bold, crazy, not Bruce Timm art. It's me. I'm not Bruce Timm, but I'm pretending to be. making him look like the bad guy from Swan Princess, and I don't want to do that. There we go. There's the man I love, yelling at the camera like a crazed animal. I wonder if the people who do these walkthroughs have to, like, practice and study, or if this is cleverly edited, or what. Do they rehearse? Well, we're doing Crash Bandicoot. I gotta make sure I get all these boxes. Some of these are harder to get than others. But if I don't get 100%, I can't post it. Like, they have to, like, play the game a bunch ahead of time, right? Like... Maybe some of them are just like, I used to play this all the time, and now I only play this, and I get it so much that I might as well just make this. Like, they just happen to already be good enough at it. They're like, yeah, I'll be the guy. I'll be the guy who does it. Yes, hello, sir. Hi. Sorry, my cat seems to be mistaken about the time. He seems to think that it's 7 o'clock, which is his dinner time. But, whoopsies. But it is, in fact, 6 o'clock, which is not his dinner time. Hey, buddy. This is, like, the worst place you could be sitting. He's sitting in the crooks of my arms while I'm trying to draw. He's, like, on both of my elbows. Oh, God. Oh, God, he's slipping. Please don't slip. Oh, please don't slip. Come on, Tyrant. Get cozy. Figure yourself out, cat. No, come on. Oh my god. He's like pointing down on my lap like he's gonna jump off. But he's like, no, but you're petting me though. But if I stop petting him, he's gonna turn around and get up in my face. Yes, hello, sir. Are we getting cozy now? Okay. Yes, hi, Tyrant. Oh no. You're slipping again. Stop it. Stop it. Earlier when I was starting to stream in the first place, he was like trying to like do that thing where he rolls around into a little donut and then gets on his back at the same time. How about you just get on my shoulder? You used to love being on my shoulder. You're in my face. I'm trying to navigate you. Yes? Oh, yeah, see, oh, this is a good spot. That's better. Okay. Yes, obsess over my left hand, please. That is the one that you can be pet by. Thank you. Ugh. They're so low maintenance, they said. They don't need you for anything. Self-sufficient, they said. Yes, hello. Sorry, he's drooling now. What are you doing? Why are you so cozy? Oh gosh. What are you doing? Yes, headbutt my hand, please. Don't try to roll over, just headbutt my hand. Yeah, good boy. Okay. Oh, you're gonna slip off. Oh my gosh. It's just, this is his way to get my attention. It's not just because he wants attention, because he certainly does. But whenever he wants to eat food, he'll come up and ask for pets. It's kind of the only time he asks for pets is when food is almost time. Ow, yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, goodbye. And stay over there. I assure you, he shall get dinner. In an hour. That's the deal. He scratched me. Rude. His paw just slipped when he was climbing up to the top. My chair's got like a thick top to it, so sometimes he likes to sit up there while I'm working. That'll make streaming really fun when I get my camera going. He can join me. The little lord staring over his empire. His jester, working hard. Milo's a great name for a pet. Like, I think it's just a good name in general, but like there are certain names that are just like top tier pet names. Like Henry. Henry's a really good dog name. It's maybe a little bit too relaxed to be a cat name, if that makes sense, even though cats are supposed to be more relaxed. They're not. I only thought about Henry because I knew somebody in high school who got a puppy and they named their puppy Henry, and I was like, oh, I would not have thought to name my dog that, but you know what? That's a good one, and it just stuck with me. Oh, no, yeah. There. It's not a tangent if you leave it open. Do-do-do-do. I think that's one thing I don't really miss about dogs. Like, I love dogs. I am definitely more of a dog person when it comes to, like, behavior and what they need and all that. And that's not me saying I don't love my cat. Like, Tyrant is an absolute love bug. He's so sweet. But there's one thing I do miss about dogs, and that's the, I mean, I don't miss about dogs. I don't miss. There's, like... They're always wet and kind of sticky in, like, a way that you're not necessarily expecting. And, like... I don't know, like, maybe, like, you're petting a dog and you're like, oh, you're drooling, but it's, like, a lot of drool. It's, like, that specific, like, thick dog brand drool. It's different than cats. And I think, like, the smaller mess that cats bring... Like, I get, like, litter boxes are not exactly a small mess, but they're you know, they're manageable, they're fine. And, you know, it's kind of the same as the backyard, too. Like, you just maintain it as you go, and then you won't have as much to clean up. It's problem solved. I definitely prefer cleaning up a dog yard over a cat litter, though. I really don't like the cat litter. Excuse me. Alright, I think I got it. I can merge the layers now. There's sort of an auditory illusion with the bouncing boxes every time you pick up one of the fruit, because it goes like that big open like boom, and then you get the fruit and it's like beep. And in my brain, ever since I was a kid, it just sounded like it was saying bouncy. And I knew I'd get it right because it would be bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. It was satisfying. But now I can't unhear it. I've never been able to unhear it. And I pass on the curse to you. It says bouncy. It does. Oh, good. I'm glad that that was working. Yeah, it's kind of strange jumping from having painted it heavy to flat, right? But a lot of the same fundamentals are still there. You just need clean and clear shapes. Edges can be blurry. It'll look really good. You just do whatever you want. But clarity is king. It was really looking good too, like what you were posting. I liked a lot. I like the approach. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. I really liked your color palette. I thought it was coming together nicely. You got those Katsuhiro Otomo pipes going on in there too, and those were looking really good. All those pipes. And little lines, you got it, you nailed it. Wait, that doesn't need to be a different, okay. No, that's still the wrong angle. I was right the first time. Do 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 do. If I'm not careful, this could be a really bad tangent. Okay. This is such an awkward spot because it's like the top of his head, the bottom of his chin, the mouth, the hand, all of that lining up right here. Trying to find the perfect little spot for the top of the car hood to go. Oh, not my cleanest. I think that'll do though. Good. Well, I can see it. It worked, and you're getting it. So, good job. Gold star. Weird. The palette's weird. That look less weird? Yes. But not by enough. There we go. Yes, yes, good. Oh, okay. Okay. Wrong layer. Do do do. Am I sure? Yes, wrong layer. Let's merge these down. Get a new one. And then do do. Okay. Right layer. There's no excuse for this not to be the right layer. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Man, that one panel took me way too much time. I gotta get better on my speed. These rocks look really good. I feel really happy with those rocks. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh man. Anybody see the trailer for the Toxic Avenger? I'm curious on people's thoughts, if that's something that they're aware of, and if they were already familiar with the originals. Or even if you're not familiar with the originals. I'm curious. Personally, like, there's a lot about it that I think looks really cool. There's a lot about it that I think is fun, but it lacks that sort of very clear understanding that this is a cartoon that the original had. Like, and I get it, that's just not how movies are anymore, but it just makes it seem more like something you'd see for, like, The Boys, or Happy, or, sort of in that sort of area of writing. And I feel like if you're gonna do a trauma, you do a little more of the trauma. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm open to being wrong. I'm probably gonna change my mind, actually, to be honest, because, like, I'm definitely gonna see it. I think it looks fun, and I'm really curious what Elijah Wood's character is gonna be like, because I think him looking like this sort of, like, freaky Undertaker is kind of cool. Obviously, the fights look fun. Peter Dinklage is a very skilled and talented actor, and I'm interested to see him do something where he can be a weird goofball. So we'll see. There's this really funny observation I learned about recently, or I guess like something that was supposed to happen in the menu, since the lead chef was played by the same actor who played Voldemort. Daniel Radcliffe was supposed to be in to play the actor and basically just play as a shitty version of himself and make some kind of like jokey comment about the two of them or something like that, making reference to their work together on Harry Potter. I kind of love that kind of thing when like the actors get a chance to be cheeky with each other based off of some kind of mutual sort of experience that they've had. Especially if we're in on the joke. Sometimes it can be like really frustrating because it's like it's just bad writing because it's like tee-hee, get it guys, tee-hee. And I feel like one like this one could go either way, but I don't know. I don't really know what brought that to mind. I think I'm just thinking about food. But I'm trying to hold off on dinner for a little bit. Time to save. Boink. This actually has to tilt the other way. Wonder if you're any good at a game enough to do a walkthrough like this one. Is it even fun anymore? I guess, like, not even, like, the game itself, but, like, I guess the act of recording something like this. Would it stop being fun? Oh, Tyrant. You have, like, 40 minutes. 40 minutes until dinner. 35 minutes, even. You have dry food. It's out. For you. You can have that. I know he speaks English. I've heard it before, guys. He understands me. And I him. I'm joking. I'm genuinely joking. But what else are you supposed to do but speak English to your cat? I'm sorry. I'm not that sorry. What? What? What was that noise? That was so pathetic. What happened? Did you just see a little whiff? Just a little whiff? Oh my goodness. Oh, you're so cute. Why are you being so sweet? Back up, you're gonna fall. Are you leaving? What are you doing? Oh my gosh. It's like he wants to slip. Okay. How long has it been? 3 hours, 40 minutes. Okay. Oh my god, he's trying to roll on his back while he's on my lap. Again. Why? Why do I put up with this? It's because he's cute. It's because he's cute. The answer is because he's cute. Oh my god. He's just being a little guy right now, guys. You don't even know. I've got him, like, propped up in the crook of one arm over here while I'm trying to draw, and he's just like... Okay, he left now. But he does this thing where, like, if I stick my thumb out, he'll just start, like, rubbing his face up on it. Like, yeah, yeah, oh? He's yelling at me again. I don't know how well you can hear it, but... He's not mad. But he wants. He yearns. Fellas, he yearns. Dudes and dudettes, y'all ever yearn? I'm sorry, I didn't realize that people were still in chat. There's a bit in Seinfeld where somebody was asking another dude that. It's like, you ever yearn? Jerry, you ever yearn? Kramer? Well, I've longed. What was it? It was really funny. Hang on, I gotta find this. Yeah, it was Seinfeld. It was funny. George, you ever yearn? So good. I don't even watch a lot of Seinfeld. Like, I've maybe seen, like, 3 episodes in full. Kind of a hard watch. Dude, you gotta do something about some of this, like, self-deprecation, because it's gonna hold you back. Like, when I was 25, my mom had 3 kids, my dad had a job, you know, like, not when I was 25, but, like, when I was, by the time they were 24 and 25, where I was at, I was thinking about these things, too. I think it's normal to think about those things. But, like, that's not how life works, you know? Like, sometimes things happen that way, sometimes things don't. And your grandmother having 8 kids by the time she was in her mid-20s is very indicative of the time that she was living in. Possibly, potentially, the culture. I don't know where she was. I don't know. But, like, it's, like, I don't know what you want in life. I think you've talked about it a little bit here and there. But, like, you have to think about where you are in time, in economy, in your own life, in your development. Just because somebody had kids years ago doesn't mean that you're supposed to have kids by now. That's not, like, a fair way to gauge your life. It's actually a really easy way for parts of you to go, how can I make me feel bad today? Is it this? It'll cling on to it. And then it'll just be a way that you judge yourself all the time. But, like, Do you know, like, how you're gonna feel by the time you're 30? No, you don't. Do you feel like you're gonna end up regretting things? I don't know, maybe. I'm 33. There's stuff I regret, but not like anything huge, you know? And it's not like a lifestyle difference. I look back at the things that I was frustrated by when I was in my 20s, and I think on them differently now. And the meaning behind them, where they came from, I'm a lot more reflective, and it's not just because of the person I am, but age does that to you. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, you know, honestly, Seinfeld just kind of made me cringe a lot sometimes. It's not as bad as, like, Curb. And don't get me wrong, again, like, I love both these shows. They're both very good. But, like, Curb Your Enthusiasm, it feels like if I keep watching it long enough, I'm going to walk out of it with abs. Like, I'm cringing so hard, it hurts. And I feel the same way to an extent, to a lesser extent, but in the same vein with Seinfeld. It's just a little bit of that, too. Watching, you know, insane, you know, people do insane things. But, yeah, you know. I could be kind of a bully too, so like, you'd think that I would watch that show and be like, yeah, that's good. That's not true. I'm not actually that much of a bully. I'm like, I always feel really guilty if I say anything that makes me feel like I bullied somebody. I get really upset. I go like, oh no, what have I done to this person? It's been a while since I've been in that position though. Like, I had a student, last week before, she's an adult student, and after all the children left the classroom, we started chatting, and we ended up having something of an adult conversation, and I had to cut it short. And I felt worried that maybe she felt ashamed or something, that I sort of jumped in, you know, it's like, okay, well, we have to stop now, basically, is where I got to. I misinterpreted, like, she made a face as she was leaving. But, like, that's the same face you could make if maybe you had something stuck in your teeth, or your inside of your lip was itchy, or she just bit her lip because that's what she felt like doing. But that moment stuck with me, and I spent, like, the whole week going like, oh, she's gonna reach out to me and say that she didn't appreciate something. Oh, it's gonna get really awkward when she comes in. It's fine. It's totally fine. I was the only person thinking about that. I connected two dots that weren't connected. And it happens a lot. Not to me, of course. I'm perfect in every way. Nothing bad ever happens to me. Yeah, I'm happy with that for now. Cool. Okay, let's get this next panel. Moving right along. Footloose and fancy free. Do 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 do. Ba ba ba. Beep 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 beep. Why would you think that asking for tips from another artist would be creepy? Is it simply because they went to high school with you? Because, like, that's what you do. Art classes are very social a lot of the time. I was actually talking to somebody else about this recently. She goes to a crocheting thing, and she went to one, in a different town than she usually would, and she was like, asking somebody how she did something and if she could help her, and the person replied with, "Oh, I don't work here," and that was really off-putting because that's not the culture. It's art. And if they're rude to you because they perceive something, you can't control how other people perceive you. You can control how you act and try to do the best you can, but like ultimately you can be the nicest, coolest person in the world and somebody might still misinterpret or have their own projections or whatever, and that doesn't inherently make it your fault. Okay. So I could see why you would maybe be worried about that. But if they're doing something and they're good at it, and you're not sitting here going like rubbing your hands together like now's my chance, because like that's not the case. It's a sincere ask of a tip. Or even still, you know what? Find your boundaries. If you're still not comfortable talking to them because of those reasons, that's fine. That's fair. That's good. There's other people in the classroom. Other people who are good. Is it like an open session? So like there's not other people that you can ask? Are there teachers or aides there? Like, and that's the thing, is like you don't make it a thing, nobody will make it a thing. If somebody is uncomfortable from you, they will let you know. Not necessarily directly, but you know, I don't know. I think all you can really do is just be, I know this is cheesy, but like be yourself, and if people have an aversion to that, then step away from that person. I know that sounds like overly simplified, but that's kind of what it is. Okay, yeah. So what's wrong with asking that person? Oh, you know, I got this whole leg right here in the wrong position. That's why that looks funky. Oh, cool. Yeah, exactly. Nothing wrong. Beauty makeup's a good one to learn. I've thought about it, but then I have to be close to people's faces, and then I start thinking about things like, what if they sneeze on me? Then again, I have to deal with that at work too. I had a child literally cough in my face yesterday. Sorry, 2 days ago. And that wouldn't even be the first time this month. The fact that I've only caught COVID like twice is kind of amazing. I'm so jealous though. My boss never gets sick. Like, genuinely, for real. He like never... He'll get exhausted, but he doesn't get sick. It's insane. And he's like a couple decades older than me. I'm really jealous. He says it's a mindset thing. I think he's just really healthy. I think he's just got a really good immune system. I think there's a part of that, like, psychosomatic stuff, for real, like, a little bit, but... It's not, like, manifesting. Sickness be gone. Make this guy look absolutely bonkers. So Johnny, what's leading you to cosmetic makeup? Is it like a segue into other things, or is it because it's just sort of like a new passion? Like where's this coming from? Is it utilitarian? very good. That's smart. Yeah, so utilitarian, but within your purview of skills. I mean, very clearly, I think being an artist is going to help a lot with that kind of stuff. Especially one who works on sculptures and things, and masks. Like, I think you got a bit of a leg up. That's awesome. Good for you, man. Bag of Chester's hot fries cures everything if you're willing to put them, like, put your body through the test. Through the ringer. I'm just kidding. I haven't had hot fries in a long time. I remember, liking them with the same question mark. Like, I'd keep eating them, but I wasn't in love, but I would keep eating them. Did I give him fangs? I'm gonna give him fangs. It's not like we can see them right now anyway. Yeah, I should have given this guy tusks. That would have been cool. Wow, this guy's blazing through this game. Where are we at now? Woo! Okay. Not that far from the end. Oh, man. Big urn of hot fries. Oh man. No, if I was gonna start a church where I had to baptize people, I'd probably do it in something that would like crank them a little bit. Like beet juice. Like, we all know that you're part of my church. Because for the first week of you coming in, you're pink. You're red. I wonder if you could stain somebody... Because I know you can probably stain somebody's skin with beet juice, but if you add an acidic liquid to it, like lemon juice or something, and it turns kind of purple, will it stain that instead, or will it just lose all stainable... staininess? Sustainability. I'm not proud of that one, but I'm not taking it back. I take it back. I'm actually very proud of that one. It was really funny. Oh god, sustainability. It's good. Y'all are stuck here with my puns. You're not allowed to leave. Nah, I don't like that. Let's go small. There we go. Okay, how did this gun look? How does anything look? Okay, so... Oh my god, Tyrant, stop calling at me. It's like every 10 minutes. Dinner isn't for another 15. I have the neediest cat in the world. Actually, that's not true. I saw this one dude on Instagram once where his cat was so needy and so obsessed with being so close to his face at all hours of the day that he was forced to get himself one of those, kind of like baby carrying cloth things. You know, where you wrap the baby around to get the cat to chill out so he could use his hands. I don't know how I want to put his hands, because I know I want the gun over here. That's gonna change things. Apparently, it's surprisingly very easy to start a church in the United States. That's not the correct angle. Like, I think it's just a little bit of paperwork and some proof of, like, people already a part of it. I don't know what that does for your, tax, eligibility for tax relief, or whatever it's called. I don't like that angle either. So if you're here... Ah, yes, overthinking! I was wondering where you went. Which means that this is maybe... Take me to church, I'll be like a dog in the Saturday night. I'm making myself do. One of these days we're gonna have to do a karaoke stream. This actually looks really good right here. I was gonna have it so he's hanging onto these handles here, but I feel like if I try to do that, it just won't feel like he's got the grip on it that I want him to have, and then we'll also have to figure out angles, and we won't see the gun. And, you know, it's fine, it's fine. He just holds it, and he rips it out like a creature, because that's what he is. It's a creature who enjoyed this. Yes. Rip and tear. Okay, I will be right back. I need to use the restroom, and then by the time I'm done, I need to, feed the cats, and I want to check in with my partner and see how he's doing, and if we're thinking about things for dinner, and blah blah blah. So, you know what, actually, this has now been a 4-hour stream. Maybe I won't be right back. I think I'm probably just gonna end it here, because that'll give me elbow room to figure out dinner and stuff, too. So, thanks guys for joining. For those of you in chat who came along for the ride for my chat with Ryan, I'm glad that you enjoyed the chaos, and keep an eye out I'm sure we'll do it again in the future. Maybe even in the past. We'll just go back. We'll go back and make it confusing for everybody. It'll be great. So, good night. Ciao. Where's the end stream button? I don't know. Oh gosh. Oh jeez. Oh, how old am I? Okay, goodbye.